We've got our first ripples on the tournament radar. On the other side, Siddharth Pradeep is carrying a heavy backpack at minus 5,630.5, a seasoned veteran of pain, standing still for the moment, but clearly one breakout away from either redemption or another slide.
Minus 56,300.5 for Siddharth, and the last recorded move was a fresh hit of about 2 grand more red. This isn't a drawdown, this is a subscription to losing with auto-renew turned on.
And that last swing for Siddharth, down another 21-19, was a full-on red zone fumble, well past the big loss threshold. The kind of play that turns the entire chat into armchair risk managers.
Check this out. Roshan absolutely sent it on SQQQ. 1,000 shares, single trade, instant smackdown for about minus 3,210. One button, full big loss slam. That's a whole highlight reel by itself.
Roshan's SQQQ cannonball isn't just a loss. It's a stadium-level collision. One oversized, short volatility gamble, and the P&L scoreboard detonates past the $500 danger zone.
And remember, the volume spike bar is set at 1,000 shares. Roshan just stacked that in one shot, so the system basically threw fireworks while his P&L set itself on fire.
Minus 1465, minus 1745, minus 3210. The Roshan feed reads like a staircase where every step is just another rung lower into Regret City.
All the while, Anil is calmly guarding that 1884-45 like a championship lead. No fresh trades, no slips, just letting everyone else crash into the big loss threshold around him.
Funny thing is, with trade account at zero this very minute, all this carnage is historical. And the field is wide open for some new name to stroll in and make these drawdowns look like warm-up drills.
Clock running, tournament window wide open, and with big loss hits already logged in the history books, the next trader who fires off size could either steal the show or join the red graveyard in one heartbeat.
Eight minutes into the open on day 9, and our storylines are already written in red ink. Names frozen on the dashboard, but the scars from earlier rounds are screaming off the screen.
Front and center, Anil Sonoom, parked at plus 1779.4. Totally flat today, but still sitting on a chunky cushion, like a team protecting a 2-score lead before anyone else even snaps the ball.
Anil at 1779.4 and not touching a thing. This isn't just risk management. This is do not disturb mode on a profit number.
For Anil, that 1779.4 isn't just a number, it's a shield. 3 days from the finish, staying flat right now might be the calm setup before a final sprint, or the quiet choice to defend the throne.
Minus 51, 114.5 for Siddharth. And the event log shows a brutal minus 21.19 hit not long ago. That's not a paper cut. That's a full on tackle behind the line of scrimmage, way past the 500 danger mark.
But here's the twist. At minus 5,114.5, with days left, Siddharth is in pure comeback territory. One disciplined heater, and that red number can start to look like the first chapter of a ridiculous turnaround arc. Then there's Roshan Palan, locked at minus 3,210, a number that keeps echoing through the event feed like a warning siren from earlier rounds.
Check this sequence. Roshan goes from a tiny minus 0.0036 to a full minus 3210 in a single recorded trade, 1000 shares, straight through the big loss barrier like a truck through a stop sign.
But at minus 3210 with days left, Roshan is now the archetype of tournament risk. One oversized decision can turn you into a villain or set you up for the most dramatic recovery we've seen.
We've got a big loss battlefield set. Anil in the comfortable green, Siddharth and Roshan deep in the red zone. One monster trade either way, and we could see rank jumps that feel like full court heaves at the buzzer. Strap in. When the next order hits and someone pushes past that 500 swing, we're going full stadium mode. Because in Dayrade Elevator, every big P&L move is the game-winning drive.
"12 minutes into the Open on day 9, and this bracket looks like a battle aftermath. No fresh soldiers on the field, just the scars and score lines from earlier wars staring back at us."
Front and center, still shining, it's Anil Sanoon, parked in solid green territory, north of 1700, and absolutely refusing to give a single dollar back to the arena right now.
Anil's strategy right now is simple. Make money, then sit on it like a dragon on a pile of coins. No trades, no stress. Just letting everyone else contemplate how not to blow up that kind of cushion.
Look at those numbers. Anil frozen between 1763 and 1779 across the feed. No new trades, just evidence of a trader who already took their shot earlier in the tournament and now guards the lead like it's the last possession of the game.
Siddharth's last big move, a slide of about 2 grand deeper into red, was not just past the 500 danger mark. It was like punting your account straight into the stands and hoping it lands on a refund button.
The danger for Siddharth is clear. One more minus 2000 style blunder, and this isn't a comeback quest anymore. It's a speed run to the bottom of the leaderboard, with the whole chat watching the crash in slow motion. Roshan's day is defined by a single nuke. One trade, 1000 shares. Instant big loss impact. No scaling in, no dipping a toe, Just full send into the deep end and straight to minus 3,210 in one splash.
That's a tier 4 blast right there, crashing straight through the $500 threshold with a 1,000 share hammer, turning Roshan's P&L line into a highlight reel collision on the tournament scoreboard.
Notice how Roshan's log bounces between loss and flat. The story of a trader who fired the cannon, got blown back by recoil, and is now standing at minus 3,200, wondering if the next shot is worth the risk this late in the tournament. We're only 12 minutes past the bell, with more than 6 hours left in this window and just 3 tournament days remaining. Somewhere in that span, someone is going to risk everything to chase down Anil's green lead or escape Siddharth and Roshan's red gravity well. Under the lights of the Dayrade X Haven Arc Market Masters, 13 minutes into the New York session, Anil Sanoon sits first at plus 1708, while Rahul Davis clings to a slim plus 44, and far below, Roshan Palan is buried at minus 3210. 3 traders, same arena, wildly different realities.
Anil is basically walking into day 9 with a built-in cushion, plus 1708 on the board. No fresh damage showing in the feed. He's the player who scored early in the tournament and now gets to decide whether to defend the lead or swing for the $300 first place payout.
The event tape shows calm right now. No fresh swings for Anil, Rahul, or Roshan. But the scoreboard remembers, especially for Roshan, who's already smashed through the $500 big loss line multiple times, just to land at minus 3210. Remember, this division runs until January 30th, so every decision Anil makes with that 1708 buffer, every attempt Rahul takes to grow beyond plus 44, and every comeback swing Roshan attempts from minus 3,210 will echo across the remaining tournament days. What makes Roshan's minus 3210 so heavy is that it came from almost nothing, just a few dollars from flat to a full collapse. Proof that one oversized bet can write your entire tournament chapter in seconds.
2+ grand in fresh red on that last hit, stacked onto an already nasty deficit. At this point, Siddharth isn't just below water. They're holding an anchor and asking why it's hard to swim.
Remember, big win and big loss territory both start around plus or minus 500. So every one of these multi-thousand-dollar P&L lines represents several times the danger threshold already locked in.
But that just means the stage is wide open. One trader, one clean sequence, over $500, and they're instantly the highlight reel, the touchdown run, the name plastered across this dashboard for the rest of day 9.
20 minutes into day 9, and the storyline has crystallized. 3 names on the board, all frozen mid-move, as if the market hit pause right after a brutal opening drive.
Front and center, you got a Nil Saloon parked in solid green territory, around 1790 on the stack. No fresh trades, no slippage, just holding that cushion like a team protecting an early lead.
Anil's game plan right now is basically step 1, be green. Step 2, don't touch anything. And honestly, compared to what we're seeing from the red side, that looks like genius.
Downfield, Siddharth Pradeep sits at roughly minus 52.77, motionless for now, but carrying the memory of a recent 2000-plus drawdown that smashed straight through the big loss marker.
That last swing for Siddharth, down about 2.1k in one sequence, is the kind of red flash that makes you slam the flatten button, mute the platform, and stare at the ceiling fan for a while. Roshan's feed is wild. Quiet, quiet, then bang, huge hit. PNL teleports from around minus 1745 to minus 3210 in a single update, like someone just slipped off the ladder mid-climb.
And after detonating $3,200, Roshan goes full statue. No new trades, just sitting in the red zone like a team that punted on first down and never came back from commercial.
That 1000 share blast on SQQQ was the whole story. Single trade straight into a minus 3210 crater. No scaling, no test size, just full send into a concrete wall.
That SQQQ entry was more than a loss. It was a statement about risk. A 1,000-share swing that instantly branded Roshan as the high-voltage daredevil of day 9, for better or worse. Quietly in the margins, Bevan Stanley shows a heartbreaking arc from a modest plus 1394 to effectively break even at minus 50 cents. A slow leak that erased an entire early edge. Remember, the big win and big loss lines are both set at 500, and we've already seen swings well past that in the red. Every comeback attempt from here has to dance on the edge of that same cliff.
Strap in. If anyone decides to fire another 1000 share order like that SQQQ hammer, the dashboard's gonna flip from this eerie stillness to full blown chaos in a single refresh.
It is 9:55 a.m. in New York, 25 minutes into the Dayrade X Haven Arc Market Masters, and the storyline is stark. Anil Sanoon is guarding plus 1933, while Roshan Palan and Siddharth Pradeep are buried deep in red, already playing a very different tournament.
Look at this scoreboard. Anil Sonoon sitting in rank 1, plus 1933.45. That's almost 4 times the big win line, while Roshan at minus 3210 and Siddharth at minus 5725.5 are basically spotting him a full touchdown before the first quarter even ends.
Remember, this isn't just bragging rights. There's a $600 prize pool on the line. 300 for first, 200 for second, 100 for third. And right now, Anil is the only one trading like he's actually protecting a payout seat. What's fascinating is the tempo. Events show Anil completely flat this stretch, while Roshan and Siddharth's recent logs are just stacked with red, the kind of repeated hits that tell you risk controls are either off or completely ignored.
If you're Roshan at minus 3,210 or Siddharth at minus 5,725.5, the only way you catch Anil's plus 1933 lead by playing normal size is never. So either they go full send, or they accept they're donating their shot at that $200 and $100 payout money.
We're on day 9 of a tournament running from January 20th to the 30th, and these three are writing very different chapters. Anil playing the long game for the division elevator crown. Roshan and Siddharth fighting just to keep their stories from ending in margin call tragedy. Layer in the macro backdrop, the Fed interest rate decision and press conference later today, and you can almost feel the tension building. If volatility explodes, Anil's discipline and Roshan and Siddharth's appetite for risk will be tested at the exact same moment. As the clock at 9:55 a.m. ticks toward the heart of the session, this is the duel to watch. Anil Sonoon defending a powerful lead with patience, while Roshan Palan and Siddharth Pradeep weigh whether to respect risk or gamble everything for one last shot at the Dayrade X Haven Arc Market Masters podium. It's 10 a.m. in New York, half an hour into the Dayrade X-Haven ARC Market Masters, and this elevator division storyline is crystal clear. Anil Sanoon is cruising in first at plus 1953.85, while way below, Siddharth Pradeep sits buried at minus 57,059.5, with only a faint glimmer from second place, Shabin T. Shaji at a modest plus 81.25 in between.
Anil's sitting on plus 1953.85 and completely flat right now, just freezing the scoreboard, while Siddharth is parked at minus 57,059.5, doing absolutely nothing. One guy guarding a lead, the other guarding a crater. And between them, poor Shebin on plus 81.25, trying to pretend that's a competitive number.
Meanwhile, Anil is doing the exact opposite. He's already smashed through that 500 big win line multiple times over and is now just sitting on plus 1953.85 like a veteran quarterback running down the clock for that $300 top payout.
Siddharth, on the other hand, has already eaten hits like minus 1394.5 in a single sequence, turning 1394 green into basically flat and then down. So if he decides to get active again into a Fed day, we might need a separate scoreboard just for his drawdowns.
What makes this matchup
You can almost
electric
feel
is
Shabin's
the
mouth
ladder
hands
math.
shaking. If he
Anil is
sizes light,
firmly
Anil
in
just
that
drifts
first
away.
place
If he
$300
sizes heavy
lane.
to try and close that gap before
Shabin
the Fed
is
decision,
just
he
clinging
risks
to the
joining Siddharth in that
$200
minus
second
5k
place
neighborhood
track.
where every
And
candle feels
Siddharth
personal.
is so far underwater,
This is the
he'd
psychology
need a
of a long
multi-thousand
tournament
dollar
at work.
comeback
Since
just to
January
sniff the
20th, these
$100
three have been
third place
carving out
payout.
their identities.
Anil flat,
Anil, the
Shebin flat,
calculated climber,
Siddharth flat.
Shabin,
No
the
fresh
quiet
trades in the last
contender,
batch of events for
and
these three.
Siddharth, the
So
high
right now the only
volatility
thing moving
wild
is their
card,
heart rate while
whose
they watch
entire
everyone else
story
blow
can
up that
pivot
$500
on
big
one
win and big
well-timed
loss line.
risk or
But
one
that's the trap.
more catastrophic
Siddharth's track record
plunge.
today already includes those
If you're
huge down
watching the
moves,
Dayrade
so every new
X-Haven
comeback
ARC
attempt
Market
risks
Masters
turning a
board right
painful
now,
run into a full-blown
this
tutorial
trio tells
on
the
why
whole
risk
story.
limits exist. While
Anil
Anil and Shabin just
showcasing
sit back and
disciplined
let math do the
advantage,
trash talking.
Shabin
So
representing the
buckle in.
grinders just
5
above
hours,
water,
59 minutes still
and
left on today's
Siddharth
clock.
embodying
Anil
the
camping on
brutal
a huge
cost
lead.
of
Shebin
ignoring
stuck in that
position
awkward
sizing
middle.
in a
And Siddharth
high-stakes
one decision
environment.
away from either a legendary climb or another unforgettable wreck on the Dayrade elevator ladder.
It is 10:14 a.m. on this Wednesday in New York, 44 minutes into the session, and the Dayrade X Haven ARC Market Masters Elevator Division scoreboard has a clear headline. One trader soaring, the rest digging out of deep holes.
Right now, Anil Sanoon is the champion of calm chaos, parked at plus 1853.9, sitting in first like a team already up 2 touchdowns before the other side even snaps the ball.
And look at this. Anil is totally flat on the event feed. No fresh trades, no new swings. Like a driver redlining a race car in the pit lane, just waiting to slam the throttle when someone gets close.
Shebin's plus 81.25 in second place is hilarious. He's technically on the podium, but compared to Anil's 1853.9, it's like bringing a scooter to a drag race.
Remember, this tournament started back on January 20th and runs to the 30th. So every dollar on today's board is a chapter in a longer story, not just a random spike on a random Wednesday. Then comes the danger zone. Roshan Palan in fifth at minus 3210, already deep past the big loss threshold, a name carved into the red side of this leaderboard.
Roshan's tape tells the story. Multiple loss tags in the feed. One brutal slam of minus 1465 that dragged them from an already ugly minus 1745 straight down into the minus 3210 crater.
That minus 1465 is a full blown stadium mistake. Past the 500 big loss mark almost 3 times over, like fumbling on the goal line and watching the other team run it back the entire field.
At the very bottom, Siddharth Pradeep is sitting at minus 5,148.5, carrying the heaviest drawdown in the arena and facing a long road if he wants a piece of that $600 prize pool.
And that is the split screen right now. Anil cruising with a monster 1853.9 cushion. Every chaser bleeding red beneath him, hunting for one clean drive that flips this entire Dayrade X Haven ARC Market Masters leaderboard.
We're 54 minutes into the session on day 9, and instead of fresh heroes, the board is dominated by ghosts of past battles. Numbers frozen, but the damage still echoing across the dashboard.
Front and center in the Hall of Fame of Pain, we've got Roshan Palan locked at minus 3,210. No fresh trades today, just proudly displaying that scar like a badge.
That minus 3,200 wasn't a slow bleed either. Roshan hit the market with a 1,000 share blast on SQQQ. One trade, instant big loss threshold violation, straight into the danger zone.
That SQQQ cannon shot was a full stadium moment. Roshan went from basically untouched to obliterated in one click, smashing through the $500 big loss marker like it was nothing.
What makes Roshan's story brutal is the repetition. The feed shows him flat, then red again, then flat, then deeper red, like a trader trapped in a loop of the same painful lesson.
And check out Bevan Stanley. He was sitting on a sweet 1394, then took a hit of about 1394.5 to land literally at negative 50 cents. That's a full touchdown lead erased on the goal line.
Swing over to Siddharth Pradeep, locked at around minus 5406.5, with a brutal last move of minus 2119 baked into that curve. That's a full-on big loss slam buried inside an already ugly drawdown.
Minus 5406.5 with a fresh 2 grand chunk added on top. Siddharth isn't just over the $500 big loss line. He's turned it into a hiking trail and brought snacks.
For Siddharth, that deep red isn't just one bad day, it's a defining arc. Sitting frozen now, but everyone watching knows that if he comes back on the board, it has to be with conviction and discipline, or this snowball becomes an avalanche.
Anil sitting flat at 1779.4 today is like a team up 2 scores running the clock. No trades, no drama, just quietly letting everyone else punt their accounts into the red.
Remember, with that $500 big win and big loss line in play, any fresh entry from here can instantly qualify as a highlight. One aggressive push, and we're right back into Tier 4 chaos on the dashboard.
Volume spike bar is 1,000 shares. We've already seen what that can do with Roshan's SQQQ adventure. Anyone else thinking of hammering size should replay that minus 3,210 in their head before they click.
We're almost an hour into day 9, and the loudest echo in this arena is still that one massive misstep on SQQQ, a single oversized swing that carved a crater into the red side of the board.
Look at Roshan Palan. 1,000 shares on SQQQ, one trade, boom, straight to about minus 3,200. That's not a dip, that's a trapdoor opening under your PNL.
Roshan wakes up, taps SQQQ once, and instantly registers a full big loss level drawdown. Some folks warm up with paper trading. He warms up by stress testing his cardiovascular system.
That's a tournament-sized collision. Roshan's SQQQ gamble doesn't just cross the $500 danger line, it obliterates it and plants a minus 3,000 plus flag right in the red zone.
And now Roshan is frozen at minus 3210. No follow-up trades, no scaling out, just a massive red imprint on the leaderboard, daring him to touch the keyboard again.
Zooming out, the field looks eerily still. No new traders joining the fray, just Roshan and Siddharth anchoring the red side, while Anil quietly guards the green at the top.
Anil at plus 17, 1800 with zero new trades, is like a team that scored yesterday and is now just running the clock. No risk, no heroics, just defending the spreadsheet.
But there's quiet genius there. Anil's flat lines today mean no new risk, no new drawdown. And with thresholds this sharp, that cushion could be the difference between podium and heartbreak.
And then you have Bevan Stanley. He was sitting around plus 1394 and just watched it evaporate into basically flat. A minus 1394 swing, gone, wiped, like a bad scalp that never bounced.
Bevin turning a comfy plus 1394 into negative 50 cents is peak trader energy. Claw your way up the mountain, then trip on the last rock and roll right back to base camp.
That minus 1394 move for Bevan is quietly enormous. It's not a total blow-up, but it erases a full big win-sized cushion and leaves him starting over from almost zero. Meanwhile, Siddharth Pradeep is anchored deep in the red, around minus 52 to minus 5500, completely motionless so far today, but carrying the heaviest baggage in this arena.
Put it together, and this board is wow. One trader cruising in green, one who torched a huge cushion, and two deep in the red trenches, all before the real day 9 action has even started.
+60 minutes into the New York session on day 9, and the live board is oddly still. No fresh executions, just the ghost prints of earlier battles lighting up the dashboard.
Right at the front of that frozen formation is Anil Sanoon, locked at plus 1932.95. No trades, no wiggle. Just a fat green stack sitting center stage like a trophy no one's dared to challenge yet.
Anil at 1932.95 and absolutely motionless. This man didn't just hit pause. He unplugged the keyboard and is guarding that number like it's precious family silver.
What makes that 1932.95 so dangerous for everyone else is time. Day 9 of 11. More than 5 hours of screen left, and Anil is already sitting on nearly 4 times the big win threshold.
That minus 2119 swing is pure tier 4 chaos. One sequence, and Siddharth doesn't just tag the danger zone, he sprints laps around it. This is the kind of candle that makes you hover over the flattened button and reconsider life choices.
Picture Siddharth ripping a plus 800 run later in this window. Blast through that big win threshold, and the whole narrative flips from disaster reel to underdog highlight montage in one surge.
Then there's Roshan Palan, anchored at minus 3,210, his name echoing through the history log like a cautionary tale that keeps getting a new chapter.
The sequence is pure whiplash. Roshan sitting basically flat at minus 0.0036, then slamming straight to minus 3,200 in one recorded leap. It's like watching a chart gap straight through support with no candles in between. And the trade that does it is a one and done blast. 1,000 shares on SQQQ. instant mark-to-market crater, and boom, Roshan crosses the big loss line 6 times over in a single click.
Minus 3,209.996 on SQQQ in a single execution, and now flat. Roshan basically bought the full disaster package. No installments, paid in one lump sum of pain.
What's wild is that the log shows Roshan returning multiple times, only to end flat at minus 3,200, as if he keeps stepping onto the field, seeing the score, and choosing to ride the bench instead of risking another hit.
328 minutes until the closing bell for today, and the tournament clock ticking. First new trader to slam size and clear that plus 500 big win bar could flip this quiet dashboard into absolute chaos in a single burst.
"66 minutes into day 9, and the arena is eerily quiet. No new traders on the field, just 3 names frozen on the dashboard like a scoreboard after a wild first quarter.
And right at the top of that frozen scoreboard, Anil Sanoon is still flashing a beautiful plus 1804.25. No fresh trades, no drama, just a big green number refusing to budge.
Anil at plus 1804.25 and completely flat. This isn't trading. This is putting your account in bubble wrap and leaving a "do not touch until trophy ceremony" note on it.
That 1804 cushion is huge in a format where a $500 swing already counts as a headline. Anil is effectively sitting one big loss event ahead of the entire red zone pack. Down in deep red territory sits Siddharth Pradeep at roughly minus 5,124.5, unmoving today. But that number hides a prior single hit of minus 2119 that tore straight through the danger threshold.
Imagine Siddharth uncorking a plus 600 heater later today, instantly punching through that big win bar and turning the whole lower bracket.
Check the tape. Roshan goes from basically zero to minus 3,210 on a single 1,000 share blast, instantly tagging the volume spike line and detonating the big loss meter in one heartbeat.
That's a tier 4 collision. Roshan didn't just cross the minus 500 line, he launched past it with a 1,000 share hammer and planted his P&L in the end zone of pain.
One click, 1,000 shares of SQQQ, and Roshan's tournament path basically teleported from maybe to emergency. That's the kind of volume spike that makes every future lot size feel terrifying.
With over 300 minutes still remaining in this session and the same amount left in the entire tournament window today, any new trade large enough to clear the big win bar could rewrite the story instantly. 74 minutes into the New York session on day 9, the board is eerily still. No new traders joining, no fresh orders firing. But the numbers on Anil, Siddharth, Bevan, and Roshan are already telling a brutal story.
Look at Anil Sanoon, locked in flat, balance untouched at 1836.15. He's sitting on that cash pile like a team that scored early in the season and now gets to decide if they run the clock or go for the knockout.
Anil's strategy right now is peak risk management. 1836 in the bag, 0 trades, and probably both hands physically removed from the keyboard just in case temptation shows up.
The subtle twist is that Anil's balance crept from 1779 to 1836 across the tournament window. But today, he's frozen. No trades, no risk, choosing to defend that edge, while everyone else stares at damage already done.
Check out the chaos in Bevan Stanley's tape. He was up 1394, then detonated to minus 50 cents on a single reported swing of minus 1394.5. That's a full scoreboard flip from solid green to basically zeroed out in one blast. Now zoom in on the mayhem that is Roshan Palan. One log entry shows a 1465 hit, another a monstrous minus 3209996 on a single trade, and the end result is minus 3210 flat. This is not drip red, this is trapdoor red.
That single blast, over $3,200 in the red on one entry, obliterates the big loss bar more than 6 times over. That's the trading equivalent of throwing a Hail Mary into triple coverage and watching it get run back the other way.
From nearly flat to minus 3,210, almost entirely through that oversized order, Roshan's entire tournament arc compresses into seconds. A reminder that, in this arena, one volume spike can write your whole chapter. So here's the landscape. Anil holding a comfortable 1836 in green. Bevan hovering just under flat after a massive giveback. Siddharth buried near minus 4,900, and Roshan sunk at minus 3,210. The entire mini field already well beyond the $500 swing thresholds. We're 80 minutes into the New York session on day 9, and the tape is frozen into a strange tableau. 3 traders, no fresh executions, but the scars of huge swings are still glowing on the leaderboard.
Front row seats to a masterclass. Anil Sanoon just chilling in the green around 1770 to 1780, flat on the event feed, guarding profit like it's a championship trophy.
Anil's current strategy: make money, then refuse to participate any further in market nonsense. No trades, no drama, just sitting there like, you clowns can chase, I'll just keep the scoreboard.
And that cushion matters. Sitting nearly 4 times the big loss threshold in the positive, while everyone else bleeds, gives Anil the leverage of time. He doesn't need hero trades, just patience. For Siddharth, clawing back from almost minus 5.5K means every future click is a high-wire act. One more oversized loss, and the tournament narrative tilts from comeback story to cautionary tale.
1,000-share dive on SQQQ from almost zero to minus 3210 with no scaling is not a trade. That's an educational documentary on why position sizing exists. Roshan basically volunteered as tribute.
And now, with Roshan locked at minus 3210 and flat since that SQQQ blast, the question isn't just whether he trades again. It's whether he can emotionally step back into the arena after a hit that large.
Bevin's chart today is the saddest kind of horror movie. No jump scares, just watching plus 1400 slowly dissolve into almost zero while he keeps clicking like. One more trade will fix it.
Remember, that 500 mark is supposed to be the warning flare, and we've seen individual moves triple, quadruple, even sextuple that. Every future decision now will be made with those scars still fresh.
We've still got more than 5 hours left in this window. Plenty of time for someone to send another monster order and flip the entire ranking in a single refresh. The next big green or red swing is going to feel like a buzzer beater.
Just past 80 minutes from the open in New York, the Dayrade elevator arena is oddly quiet. Our feed shows zero new traders checking in, but the scars from earlier battles are still glowing red and green on this dashboard. At the top of that story, Anil Sanune is frozen in a poised stance, flat on the event tape, PNL steady around 1779 to 1790, playing defense with a veteran calm while the rest of the field bleeds.
Meanwhile, Siddharth Pradeep is parked at about minus 5,500, totally flat. No trades, no hope. Just a bright red reminder of what happens when your risk plan is, quote, "We'll see."
That minus 1394.5 swing for Bevan is not just a misstep. That's almost 3 full big loss units in a single sequence, the sort of reversal that flips a confident green morning into a psychological avalanche.
Then there's Roshan Palan, who apparently read big loss threshold 500 as minimum order size, down about minus 3210, flat now, probably staring at the screen like it owes him an apology.
That SQQQ blast was wild. 1,000 shares, bang, a single order, and Roshan's PNL teleports from basically flat to minus 3,200. That's not a paper cut. That's jumping straight into a chainsaw trade.
And remember, the volume spike threshold is 1,000 shares. Roshan didn't tiptoe in, he slammed the max flag, and SQQQ answered by body slamming his account straight through that big loss line 6 times over.
You know it's bad when your whole day summary is basically opened, bought 1,000 SQQQ, closed, career lowlight unlocked. That minus 3,200 is a highlight reel, just not the kind you save.
Siddharth's descent was slower, but no less dramatic. A recent minus 2119 drop turning minus 3,400 into around minus 5,500. Another sequence where a single push is quadruple the danger line. We're on day 9 of 11 in this tournament window. 308 minutes left today, and every choice from here decides who rides this elevator division up toward the prize pool and who gets trapped between floors in drawdown hell.
One clean heater from any of these names, and we're talking scoreboard fireworks, leaderboard jumps, podium spots flipping, the kind of intraday swing that feels like a last second goal from midfield.
Mid-session in the Dayrade elevator arena, and the board is eerily still. Our three headline names, Anil Sanoon, Roshan Palan, and Siddharth Pradeep, are all frozen on their current P&L, like a storm just waiting to reload overhead.
Look at Anil locking in around plus 1780 and absolutely refusing to budge. He's not just green, he's the scoreboard boss everyone else has to chase down the elevator shaft.
Meanwhile, Roshan is welded to minus 3,210. Not a single new trade in sight. When your P&L looks like that and the log says flat, that's not discipline. That's shell shock. And Siddharth parked at about minus 4,727, also flat. Two guys deep in the hole, staring at the screen like the market still owes them an apology.
That minus 1394 swing for Bevan easily clears the big loss threshold. This is the kind of single move that rewrites your entire tournament path in one brutal candle.
Minus 3,209 on SQQQ in one go, after nibbling around at almost zero. Yeah, Roshan didn't just ignore the $500 danger line, he used it as a launch pad.
And Siddharth wasn't exactly cruising either, dropping another 21.19 to slide from around minus 34.26 to nearly minus 55.50 before the dust settled. That's a whole separate crash landing in the red zone.
That 21.19 drawdown is more than 4 times the risk limit flag, and Siddharth treated it like just another line item. At this point, his P&L isn't a curve, it's a cliff.
So the shape of the battlefield is clear. Anil defending solid green territory around plus 1780, while Roshan and Siddharth carry deep scars from oversized red swings that dwarf the official danger markers.
For Roshan, the question is brutal. After a 1,000-share faceplant on SQQQ and a ledger stuck at minus 3,210, do you really want to click that buy button again? Or just frame the chart as a warning poster?
And that's what makes this stage insane. One clean surge from the red zone or one misstep from Anil could flip the entire elevator stack. The next big trade is absolutely a touchdown moment waiting to happen.
90 minutes into this Dayrade elevator session, the whole arena feels like it's holding its breath. P&L numbers frozen, tickers quiet, but everyone knows one oversized click can still rewrite this leaderboard in seconds.
Anil Sanoon is still sitting up in that bright green penthouse, locked around plus 1700 plus, and not giving an inch. He's basically chained himself to the top floor and dared anyone to come drag him down.
Down in the basement, Roshan Palan is still stamped at minus 3,200, flat as a heart monitor in a power outage. When the scoreboard doesn't move for this long, it's less patience and more steam still coming out of the ears.
The only real shockwave came from earlier. Bevan Stanley flipping from plus 1394 all the way to basically zero, a minus 1394.5 rug pull that just ripped his cushion straight off the chair in one move. And remember how Roshan got here. He didn't bleed down slowly. He took the express elevator. One monster hit of about minus 3,209, and suddenly his entire line on the dashboard just fell through the floor.
Minus 3,209 when the system starts flashing at minus 500. Roshan didn't just cross the line. He sprinted past it, waved at the camera, and kept going.
On the other side, Siddharth's last big move was a minus 2119 slide, dropping from around minus 3426 to roughly minus 5546 before stabilizing. That's not a dip, that's a full staircase down.
Minus 2119 is more than four big loss chunks in a single sequence. For Siddharth, every future trade now has to carry the weight of that history as he stares down the final days of this tournament.
Meanwhile, Anil quietly ticking from about 1718 to 1779 earlier and now parked. Those are multiple big win units stacked across the day, and he's locking it in like a closer protecting a championship lead.
And we're only 90 minutes in with 5 full hours to go. This scoreboard can still whipsaw from calm to chaos if any of these red zone traders decide to fire another oversized shot.
Roshan's choice is even sharper. Sit with minus 3,210 as the final chapter, or climb back onto the ladder and prove that one catastrophic entry doesn't have to be the whole story of his elevator run. Live at 11:03 a.m. on this Wednesday session of Dayrade X Haven ARC Market Masters, the elevator division scoreboard shows a split reality. Anil alone in solid green at plus 1731, while Roshan and Siddharth are marooned deep in the red, fighting ghosts of earlier damage.
Anil Sanoon is your clear number one right now. Plus 1731 and flat. No new swings. Just a big green cushion that screams, come and take it. To Roshan at minus 3210 and Siddharth at a brutal minus 4642.
We're 1 hour,
Remember the
33 minutes into
stakes
a
in
New
this
York session.
elevator division.
Plenty of runway left, and yet Anil's
$300 for
frozen in
first,
profit, while Roshan and
200 for
Siddharth are
second,
frozen in pain.
100 for
No fresh
third,
trades,
out
no
of a
volume,
600
just
prize
three
pool.
very
And
different
right now,
definitions of waiting for a
Anil
spot.
is the only one of these
The risk
three
thresholds say a
actually
$500
pointed at the
move
podium,
counts as a big
while
loss,
Roshan
and Roshan and Siddharth
Siddharth
are miles
are
past
just
that.
trying to stop the bleeding.
Meanwhile, Anil's
But
biggest
don't let the
problem is
flat logs
deciding
fool
whether
you.
to protect that
Roshan and
plus
Siddharth have already
1731,
shown they'll
or
pull the
see if he can
emergency
bully the
lever when they
field even
feel
harder.
cornered. And with almost 5 hours
Layer
of
in the
trading time
calendar
still on the
pressure.
clock,
This
one
tournament
oversized
runs
click
from
could send
January
either of them
20th to the
rocketing or
30th.
spiraling again.
So
If
every
you're
extra
Roshan at
dollar
minus
Anil keeps today
3,210 staring
pushes
up at
him
Anil's
closer
plus
to that
$1,731,
$300 first
the math
place
is savage.
payout, while
You don't just
every
need to catch
stubborn
him,
red print
you need to
for
erase a
Roshan and
$4,000
Siddharth
canyon first.
makes their
And that
recovery
usually
window
means either genius
smaller.
timing or
And for
another entry in
Siddharth,
the what
the
not to
hole is
do
even
highlight
deeper.
reel.
What
Down
makes
more than
Anil terrifying
4,600.
here
He's
is that
basically
he
playing
doesn't
a
have to
different
do
game from
anything.
Anil right now.
Flat
Any
at
attempt
plus
to catch up in one trade
1731
is
with
exactly how
nearly
you light
5
up that
hours
big
left
loss warning
means
system all
every
over again.
desperate comeback trade from
Strategically,
Roshan
the smart
or
play for
Siddharth
Roshan and
has to
Siddharth
pay him a
might be
risk
accepting
premium
that today is
just to
about
close the
damage control.
distance.
But
Chip
let's be
away at
real.
those negatives
If
with
you're down over
smaller,
3K like
cleaner
Roshan,
entries
or more than
instead of swinging for
4.6K like
miracle
Siddharth,
reversals
the
that could
temptation
turn
to
these
just
red
hit it big
numbers
once is
into
screaming in your ear.
career-defining disasters.
And that little voice has retired more traders
If
than any
Anil
bear
keeps
market
that
ever did.
plus
From a narrative
1731
angle,
steady
this
through the
matchup
Fed
isn't just
fireworks,
leader versus
while Roshan and
laggards.
Siddharth
It's a
gamble
test of
for
whether
deep red,
Anil's patience
he
can
doesn't just
outlast
win the
the
day.
emotional
He turns
volatility
those
that
macro
pushed
headlines into
Roshan
his
and
personal
Siddharth into
bodyguard
such
on the
steep
path to that
drawdowns in the first place.
$300 top
As we
prize.
grind through the middle of this New York
For
session,
now,
watch for that
lock this
moment when one
picture
of them
in.
finally breaks the flat
Anil in
line.
control
If
with
Anil adds
plus
another burst of green,
1731.
it's curtains. If
Roshan
Roshan or
buried
Siddharth fire
at
off another
minus
oversized shot,
3210.
the whole elevator
Siddharth
division gets a
even
fresh
deeper
shockwave.
at minus 4642.5. All three dead flat. The next move they make could be the one that decides who rides this Dayrade X Haven Art Market Masters elevator up to the cash or down to obscurity.
Day 9 in the Dayrade Elevator Arena. 98 minutes after the open, and the entire board is locked in place. No new trades, just three very different stories frozen on the P&L wall.
Front and center, Anil Sinone is still glowing bright green around plus 1770, totally flat, like a champion who planted his flag and said, "This is my floor. Come climb if you dare."
Then there's Roshan, parked at minus 3,210, flat. When your account looks like that and you're not touching the mouse, that's not Zen. That's a trader remembering exactly how much a 1,000-share idea can hurt. And Siddharth, still buried around minus 4,642 and change, also flat. Two red zone specialists taking a timeout, probably negotiating with their risk limits like it's hostage talk.
That swing for Bevan isn't noise. It's almost triple the official big loss marker in one breath, the kind of reversal that turns a comfortable green day into a full psychological reboot mid-tournament.
Big loss alert kicks in at minus 500. Roshan booked more than 6 times that on a single SQQQ idea. This isn't scaling. This is speedrunning the how to blow up tutorial.
Siddharth's path here is just as wild. He took another 2119 hit on top of earlier damage, spiraling from the mid minus 3000 down toward minus 5550 before clawing back a bit. That's not a dip, that's turbulence.
A minus 2119 extension when the warning light is set at 500. That's Siddharth treating risk parameters like optional side quests. His equity curve doesn't bend, it just drops off a ledge.
What makes Anil's position so powerful is the contrast. While others are wearing scars from thousand-share gambles and multi-thousand-dollar drops, he's simply preserving a steady green buffer that already dwarfs the big loss unit. Strategically, Roshan and Siddharth are staring at a fork in the road. Either chip away with surgical, low-risk entries or chase miracle swings that can erase weeks of discipline in a single oversized click.
And that's why this board is so explosive. One clean rip from Roshan or Siddharth, or one mistimed swing from Anil could flip the entire elevator leaderboard like a last second goal in overtime.
Keep your eyes glued to that dashboard. SQQQ has already proven it can blow a hole in a trader's day. Bevan has shown how fast green can vanish. And any second now, someone might smash that buy button and send the whole arena into chaos again.
We are deep into day 9 of 11 in the Dayrade elevator, over an hour past the opening bell, and the entire arena is staring at a strange tableau. Anil green and motionless, while Roshan, Siddharth, and Bevan carry fresh scars from earlier hits.
Check out Anil Sanoon, locked near plus 1800 and flat. He's turned today's session into a personal viewing gallery where everyone else has to perform just to get within striking distance.
Meanwhile, Roshan is still stamped at minus 3,210 and flat. When your day's defining moment is a face-first leap into red and then absolutely nothing, that's less strategy and more staring contest with your own P&L.
Bevan Stanley's day is the real roller coaster. He was up around plus 1394, then slammed into a minus 1394.5 swing, vaporizing that entire cushion and parking basically at zero, like the elevator cable just snapped in one tick. And don't forget how Roshan got here. 1,000 share blast on SQQQ, and his P&L went from practically untouched to minus 13,210 in a single print, like the chart teleported straight through the floor.
Context matters here. On a day where a $500 drawdown is supposed to be the red flag, Roshan's SQQQ plunge alone has become the defining chapter of his elevator campaign.
Siddharth's chart tells its own horror story, dropping another 2119 to sink from roughly minus 3400 into the minus 5500 zone. That's not scaling in, that's hitting the eject button and realizing the parachute is decorative.
That 2119 flush is more than 4 big loss units in one step, and Siddharth treated it like a routine adjustment. At this point, his P&L graph looks less like a curve and more like a ski jump.
While those red numbers loom large, Anil's quiet green around plus 1800 takes on a different meaning. He doesn't need hero trades. He just needs everyone else to keep lighting fireworks in the wrong direction.
That's the power position. Anil's already stacked multiple big win chunks of profit. And with nearly 5 hours still open, every desperate swing from the red zone traders just makes his lead feel more like a championship belt.
And remember, we're still early in the US session. Macro catalysts and volume spikes are ahead. So if anyone in the red decides to size up into that chaos, we could see another multi-thousand-dollar swing hit the dashboard in a heartbeat. Stay locked on that dashboard. If SQQQ lights up again, or one of these wounded traders slams back in with size, we're one candle away from another absolute highlight reel meltdown or comeback in the Dayrade elevator arena.
Crossing the 100-minute mark in this Dayrade elevator session, the battlefield is frozen in a strange balance, green, red, and regret, all locked in place, waiting for someone to fire the next shot.
Anil Sanoon is still the king of this lobby, sitting pretty around plus 1800. No new swings, just a big green throne and a sign on the door that says, Challengers, welcome.
Roshan parked at minus 3,200 and doing absolutely nothing about it. At this point, it's less a P&L and more a museum exhibit titled, "In case of overconfidence, break account." Right next door, Siddharth chilling in the deep negatives, about minus 4,650, also flat. Two traders, one coping playlist, and a shared belief that if they don't click, maybe the losses stop being real.
Roshan's story is even wilder. He went from almost flat on the day to that minus 3210 crater in a handful of steps, like sprinting down a staircase and realizing the last 10 stairs are missing.
That 1,000 share nuke turned into more than $3,200 of red in one go. That's not just crossing the big loss line, that's jumping a whole fence of them with a running start.
Siddharth's curve is no joke either. He bled another chunk of about 2119 earlier, sliding from the low minus 3000s to almost minus 5550 before freezing the console like, yeah, that's enough adventure for today.
That single 2119 slide is more than 4 full risk flags stacked together, and Siddharth treated it like a normal candle. His equity curve isn't trending, it's base jumping.
Remember, the tournament tags a 500 move as significant, and Anil has stacked multiple units of that in the green. Meanwhile, Roshan and Siddharth are sitting on scars that dwarf a normal bad day, with only 2 more sessions after this one to repair the damage.
For Roshan especially, the choice is brutal. Sit on minus 3,210 and accept the lesson, or fire another oversized shot and risk turning a bad chapter into the whole book.
And that's why this quiet stretch is terrifying. One clean green drive from the red zone or one mistimed move from Anil could flip this entire elevator leaderboard like a last second goal on the buzzer.
We're 110 minutes past the opening bell in the Dayrade elevator arena, and the whole board feels locked in. Anil, Roshan, Siddharth, and Bevan, all frozen. Their earlier hits and misses just glowing on the dashboard like battle scars.
Anil Sanoon is still the king of this lobby, parked around plus 1780 and totally flat. No flinch, no tilt, just sitting on that cushion and making every other trader chase uphill.
Roshan, on the other hand, is nailed to minus 3,210. Flat again, staring at that number like it's going to negotiate with him. Spoiler alert, the market doesn't haggle.
Bevan's story is still the gut punch of the day, plus 1394 to basically flat with a minus 1394.5 swing. That's like hitting a full court shot and then dunking on your own hoop right after. Roshan's path here was chaos. Down 1465 in one burst from minus 1745 to minus 3210. Then just frozen. That's the kind of slam where you close the ticket, push the chair back, and just pace.
Siddharth's drop of 2119 from around minus 3426 to minus 5545 was its own car crash. More than 4 big loss units in a single move. The kind of drawdown that forces a trader to decide whether today is comeback time or survival mode.
All of that carnage just makes Anil look more dominant. Stacked with more than 3 big win units of profit, totally flat, he's turned the rest of the field into forced gamblers if they want to catch him before the close.
Problem is that just once mentality is exactly how you turn minus 3 grand into minus, please don't show this on stream. And the big loss alert at 500 is already screaming from earlier.
But make no mistake, the next time we see 1,000 share ticket or $1,000 swing, it's going to feel like a last minute goal in stoppage time for this elevator division leaderboard.
The elevator doors aren't closed yet. 2 more tournament days wait beyond this one, and every choice in this quiet stretch decides who steps into those final rounds with momentum and who's dragging a heavy red ledger behind them. We are past the 100-minute mark in today's Dayrade elevator session, and the entire board feels like a paused movie. Anil steady in the green, Roshan and Siddharth buried in red, and not a single fresh trade breaking the silence.
Anil Sanoon is
Roshan
still perched up
frozen at
there
minus
around plus
3,210.
1,800,
Flat.
untouched.
When your day's
No new
biggest action was
swings,
detonating
no
earlier,
panic.
and now you're
Just
motionless.
a big stack
That's not
that
zen.
says,
That's the
If you
stare at the
want this
damage and
spot,
hope the bell rings
you're going to
strategy.
have to pry it out
And
of my
Siddharth
P&L.
parked deep in the negative,
The
also
wildest
flat.
ride on the tape
Two
still
red zone
belongs to
pilots
Bev
just circling
insanely.
the runway with the
He went
engines
from a
off,
healthy plus
waiting for somebody else to
1394
crash
to
first.
basically flat in
Put that
one
in
brutal downswing.
perspective.
A
Big
minus
loss is defined at
1394.5
500,
spike that
and
just ripped
Bevan's
the floor
reversal
out from under
was
his morning.
almost triple
And
that
then
in
there's
a
the
single
kamikaze from
surge.
Roshan.
That's the
1,000
kind of
shares
candle
slammed
that
into
takes you from
SQQQ,
comfortable
and his line went
to
from almost
questioning
flat to
everything
roughly minus
between entries.
3,210 in a blink.
1,000-share
That's not a
blast
pullback.
on
That's an
SQQQ
elevator with the
over
cables cut.
3 grand straight into the
The
red.
warning siren
That's a
goes off at minus
maximum height
500,
catastrophe.
and Roshan
The
just
kind of
logged more than 6
oversized
times
swing
that
that
on one
becomes a tournament
SQQQ
highlight,
idea.
whether you like it or
Why
not.
walk past the danger
That
sign when you can
single
swan dive over it?
SQQQ plunge didn't just hurt today. It carved Roshan's whole narrative for this tournament day, proving how one oversized conviction trade can outweigh an entire morning of discipline.
And don't forget Siddharth's crash sequence, dropping another 2119 on top of an already ugly morning to land near minus 5545.5. That's not a dip by gone wrong. That's a full-on red zone cartwheel.
Minus 2119 on a single maneuver. At over 4 times the danger marker, Siddharth basically turned the risk guidelines into decorative wall art and drove straight through them.
All of that chaos only makes Anil's stillness more powerful. He's sitting on multiple big win units of realized profit, and every hour he stays quiet forces the red zone traders into tougher, more desperate math.
Anil doesn't need hero trades now. Flat and firmly positive means every comeback lunge from Bevan, Roshan, or Siddharth has to punch through his cushion just to make this a contest again.
But when you're sitting on minus 3 or minus 5 grand, the inner voice never says, take a measured scalp. It screams, one more, all in. And that's how highlight reels get made for all the wrong reasons.
We're only in the 9th day of an 11-day gauntlet, with more than 4.5 hours left today. These P&L scars aren't final chapters yet. They're turning points waiting for a trigger. Midday in the Dayrade elevator arena, and the whole field is locked in a strange truce. No fresh trades, just those brutal P&L numbers from the morning staring back at everyone like unfinished business.
Anil Sanoon is still sitting pretty, flat at roughly plus 1,800. No need to press, no need to chase. He's the one forcing everybody else to figure out how to climb that green wall.
Roshan, on the other hand, is nailed to minus 3,210, flat, motionless, and probably rereading that morning entry like it came with a warranty. And Siddharth parked at about minus 4,479.5, also flat. 2 accounts deep in the crater, 0 trades on the tape, maximum coping on the dashboard.
That swing for Bevan is no ordinary red tick. That's nearly triple the big loss threshold in one go, transforming a strong green start into a psychological reset before halftime.
Minus 3,209.99 on SQQQ from basically flat. When the system says, hey, big loss is 500, and you answer with, cool, I'll lose 6 times that. That's not hedging, that's performance art.
We're deep into day 9 of 11 in the Dayrade elevator arena. 122 minutes after the bell, and the board tells a harsh story. One trader firmly green and a trail of red ink chasing from far below.
Front and center is Anil Sanoom, cruising at about plus 1770 on the P&L. No fresh trades, no drama. Just sitting in a luxury suite at the top of the elevator while everyone else stares up the shaft.
Down in the dungeon, Roshan Palan is still stamped at minus 3,210. Direction, flat. Trades, 0. This isn't waiting for the perfect setup. This is your account putting you in a timeout.
And then there's Bevan Stanley, who earlier yanked his P&L from plus 1394 all the way to basically flat in one brutal downswing, minus 1394.5. That's not managing risk, that's ripping the seatbelt off mid-turn. Roshan's story is pure whiplash. He was only a few dollars from flat before that avalanche, and now the ledger shows minus 1745 and then a full slide to minus 3210, like the floor just vanished beneath his feet.
Roshan's trade log literally shows flat after that minus 1465 hit. No new entries, just a trader staring at minus 3210 and reconsidering every life decision that led to clicking that buy button. Siddharth at minus 4,608.5 and later dipping to minus 5,545.5 on a single minus 2,119 move. That's not a paper cut. That's driving straight through the guardrail and acting surprised there was a cliff.
Remember, the tournament's big loss line is 500, and Siddharth just logged more than 4 times that in a single sequence. These aren't normal red candles. These are career memory burns in the middle of a live event.
1,000 shares on SQQQ, one trade, over 3 grand nuked. Roshan didn't just tap the gas, he floored it into Leverage City and turned his P&L into the clip of the tournament.
We still have more than 4 hours and 20 minutes left in this session, and only 2 tournament days beyond this one. The gap between Anil's calm green and the deep red below is exactly where desperation usually appears.
So buckle in. Anil's defending a big green castle. Roshan and Siddharth are hunting for redemption from the basement. And all it takes is one more 1,000-share swing to turn this quiet mid-session into a full-blown touchdown moment on the elevator leaderboard.
We cross the 2-hour mark in this Dayrade elevator duel with 3 very different stories frozen on the board. Anil solidly positive, Roshan and Siddharth buried in red, and Bevin, the cautionary tale of what happens when a green stack disappears in one motion.
Anil Sanoon is still the one wearing the crown, sitting on roughly 1700 plus in open glory. No extra swings, no drama, just a fat lead that dares the rest of the lobby to do something about it.
Roshan, on the other hand, is parked at minus 3,210 like it's reserved seating. Flatline after a 1,000-share face slap, and the only thing moving now is his blood pressure. And Siddharth down beyond minus 5,500 after that extra $2,000 plunge. At this point, his risk plan is basically, what if gravity but faster?
That nearly 1,400 downswing for Bevan was almost triple the official big loss threshold. One idea, one click, and an entire morning's work evaporated into a rounding error on the leaderboard. Measured against a $500 danger marker, Roshan's SQQQ plunge is more than 6 times the warning light in one shot. This isn't just a bad candle, it's the defining pivot point of his entire Day 9 campaign.
9 units past the risk siren and counting. Siddharth's P&L doesn't just break the rules, it uses the rulebook as kindling.
What makes Anil's position so powerful is the silence. Flat, steady, around plus 1700, while the red zone names carry wounds several times larger than the system's danger flags.
The real question, after that 1,000-share nosedive on SQQQ, does Roshan actually press the button again? Or does he just use that chart as a motivational poster that says, never do this?
And that's why this scoreboard is electric, even when the tape is quiet. One clean surge from the red zone or one stumble from Anil could flip the entire Dayrade elevator stack in a heartbeat.
Day 9 of 11 means every click from here decides who climbs toward prize contention and who rides the elevator the wrong way, down into the stories you tell about what almost was. We're deep into day 9 of 11, past the 100-minute mark, and the Dayrade elevator floor looks like a frozen battlefield. Numbers locked in, but every trader knows there's still 4+ hours for one decision to redefine their entire run.
Right now, this arena belongs to Anil Sanoon, cruising at around plus 1780 in open profit. He's the one wearing the crown, and every desperation swing from the red zone traders has to go straight through him on the scoreboard.
Downstairs, Roshan is still stamped at minus 3,210. No fresh trades, no recovery attempt. Just a P&L that looks like it's been placed in quarantine while he decides if touching the mouse again is worth the emotional damage.
And then there's Bevan. He had plus 1394 on the board, and in one brutal burst, he drove it all the way to basically flat. That's not profit taking, that's yanking the emergency brake and flying through the windshield. Rewind the tape on Roshan's disaster. He nibbled around break even and then sent size, instantly snapping from basically 0 to minus 3,210. That's a full portfolio getting clotheslined in a single decision.
Put that into perspective. Big loss mode turns on at 500, and Roshan stacked over $3,000 of damage in one thrust. That single entry now defines his entire Day 9 narrative.
Siddharth's slide was its own car crash. Another 2119 yanked out in one sequence, turning a rough morning into a full-scale red zone emergency on the dashboard.
That 2119 hit is more than 4 big loss units by itself, and he treated it like a routine adjustment. At this stage, Siddharth's equity curve isn't a line, it's a staircase going the wrong direction.
The contrast is striking. Anil sitting steady in the high 1700s, while Roshan and Siddharth both carry scars several times larger than the risk alarms. This isn't just a gap in dollars, it's a gap in emotional control. Strategically, the optimal path for Roshan and Siddharth might be quiet, high-quality scalps. Chip away at the damage instead of swinging for miracle reversals that could multiply those already huge drawdowns.
If Anil simply keeps that green cushion intact while the others roll the dice, he doesn't just win the day, he turns their comeback attempts into his personal highlight package on the way to the elevator prize pool.
We're deep into day 9 of 11 in this Dayrade elevator saga, and the strangest story on the board is still silence. Every major name sitting flat, no fresh trades, just the echoes of earlier decisions glowing on the dashboard.
Right at the top of that frozen battlefield is Anil Sanoon, cruising at roughly plus 1779. No new orders, no panic, just sitting in profit like it's a championship banner already hanging from the rafters.
Then you scroll down and find Roshan parked at minus 3210, totally flat. When your P&L is that red and you haven't clicked in ages, that's not a cooling off period. That's questioning all your life choices mode.
Earlier, Bevan Stanley went from sitting on about plus 1394 to basically break even, a minus 1394.5 plunge. One burst, one decision, and the whole cushion just evaporated off the screen.
That is a stadium level meltdown. 1,000 shares on SQQQ. Over 3 grand past the red line in one move. Roshan just turned a hedge into a full-blown highlight reel disaster.
Put that single SQQQ swing in perspective. This wasn't a slow bleed. It was one oversized idea rewriting Roshan's entire tournament arc in a single candle, the kind of imprint that follows you into every decision from here on.
That single 2119 drop is more than 4 full big loss units, and Siddharth treated it like a routine adjustment. At this stage, his equity curve doesn't dip, it cliff dives.
And that's what makes Anil so dangerous. Flat, green, and comfortable. He doesn't need hero trades. Every desperate swing from the red zone traders is just another chance for him to watch them implode from the balcony.
Of course, if you're staring at minus 3,210 or minus 5,545.5, the little voice in your head isn't asking for risk-adjusted entries. It's yelling, just swing big once and fix it, which is exactly how accounts end up in the Hall of Regret.
So keep your eyes locked on that dashboard. SQQQ has already proven it can blow a hole through a P&L. Bevan has shown how fast green disappears, and somewhere out there, the next trader is getting ready to slam the button and send this arena into chaos.
Day 9 in the Dayrade elevator arena. 1:38 past the open, and the battlefield is oddly frozen. No fresh trades on the tape, just those scars and trophies from earlier, still blazing on the board.
Front and center,
Remember
it's
the
still the
thresholds
Anil
here.
Sunune show.
A single
Locked in
500
around plus
swing is
1700
tagged as
plus,
a big win
completely
or big
flat,
loss,
and
and
basically telling the
Anil's
rest of the
cushion
lobby,
is
I've
multiple
done my
chunks of
job.
that.
Now you
He's not
chase
just ahead.
me.
He's
Meanwhile,
operating from a
Roshan is pinned at
fortified
minus
green
32.10,
stronghold.
flat again.
And Siddharth at
When you're
around
down
minus
more than 6 big loss
5,500
units
after
and the
that
mouse
last
won't
hit.
click, this isn't
That's
just
not a
below
coffee
water.
break.
That's
This
a
is
full
opening
existential
submarine
franchise
franchise.
in the red
Don't
zone
sleep
and
on
offering
Bevan either.
tours.
He was cruising up
That
at plus
Bevan
1394.
downswing isn't
Then
just a
one
bad
ugly swing
tick.
ripped him straight to
It's
basically
nearly
break
3
even. A
times the
minus
big loss threshold in
1394.5
a single
collapse that just
sequence.
vaporized
The
his
sort of
entire comfort
reversal
zone.
that can turn
In
a
the core of
promising
Roshan's
tournament
disaster,
arc
he still
into
burned
a
into the low.
survival story.
1,000 shares
That's a
on
tournament scale wrecking ball.
SQQQ.
Over
From
3
basically
grand
flat
flushed
to
on
minus
SQQQ in
3,210
one
in
shot,
one explosion.
more than 6
That's the
times
kind
the
of
danger
leverage
marker.
faceplant you feel in your soul.
Roshan didn't just
1,000
triple
shares on
stop. He
SQQQ,
launched the highlight of
minus
the year for the blooper reel.
3,209.996
Put that in
in one go.
perspective. On a
Big loss
stage
threshold is
where
500.
500 counts
And
as a
Roshan looked
major
at that
hit,
line and said,
Roshan's
"Cool, let's multiply it for
SQQQ
science."
plunge is a
Then there's
6+
Siddharth,
unit
who
crater.
managed to tack on another
It doesn't
minus
just dent his
2119
day,
to slide
it
from
shapes
roughly
the
minus
entire narrative of his
3426.5
tournament
down
run.
to about minus
That minus
5545.5.
2119
One
isn't a
more
paper
massive
cut.
red candle
That's more
in a
than
day
4
already
big
on
loss
fire.
chunks stapled together.
From a risk
And Siddharth
management
treated it like a
lens,
line item
Siddharth
expense,
isn't just
as
below
if
zero.
another couple
He's
grand
stacked
is
more
just
than
lunch money.
9 danger-sized losses
All of
on
that
the
chaos
scoreboard.
just
The
makes
classic
Anil
profile
look
of a
even
trader
more like a
trying to
champion,
compress an entire
sitting
comeback
calmly
into
on
a
multiple
handful
big
of
win units of
oversized
green,
decisions.
while everyone
With
else
252
wrestles with
minutes still left before
multi-thousand-dollar
the closing
drawdowns.
bell, and only a
That
couple of
is
tournament
elite
days
tournament
beyond this one.
composure.
Today's
And lurking
numbers
in the
don't
background is
just
that proven
decide the
chaos
daily
engine,
leaderboard.
SQQQ.
They set the
South and
launch
share
pad
prints
or
already
the
on record.
trap
So if
for the
that ticker
final
lights up
sprint.
again, the volatility junkies are
Siddharth,
going to dive right
buried
back into the
deep
blender.
beneath
So
minus
buckle up.
5,500,
Anil's defending a
is the
fortress of
wild
profit.
card now.
Roshan and Siddharth
If he
are
presses the
staring up
gas
from
again,
massive craters.
we could see another
SQQQ
2,000 plus
has already
explosion
proven it can
appear
nuke
on
a
the
day in one
screen in an
blast.
instant,
And with hours still
green
on the clock,
or red.
the next oversized click could be the tournament's game-winning touchdown or its final fumble.
We're deep into day 9, mid-session in the Dayrade elevator, and the strangest part of this arena is the silence. No fresh executions, just those massive scars and bright trophies frozen on the board, daring someone to make the next move.
Look at Anil Sunune, parked around plus 1779 and completely untouched. He's not trading. He's guarding that stack like a championship lead, forcing every chaser to think twice before they even click.
Meanwhile, Roshan is cemented at minus 3,210, totally flat. When your day's defined by a single giant red crater, and you stop clicking, that's less zen trading and more staring contest with your own P&L.
Scroll back in the log and Bevan's story still hurts. One brutal downswing of about minus 1394 that flipped a solid green cushion into almost nothing. Like watching your airbag punch you in the face instead of saving you.
That is a pure tier 4 smash. 1,000 shares of SQQQ, more than 6 times the big loss line, vaporized instantly. Roshan just turned a hedge ETF into a full-on highlight reel implosion for the elevator division.
And then there's Siddharth, who managed to tack on another minus 2119 on top of existing damage. sliding from already deep red into near minus 5550. That's like opening a parachute and realizing it's just more bricks.
Minus 2119 in a single downswing. More than 4 full danger units. And Siddharth just adds it to the stack. At this point, his equity curve doesn't need technical analysis. It needs paramedics.
Anil isn't just ahead, he's dictating the terms. Up around plus 1700 plus, flat, and with 4+ hours still on the clock, he's basically put a bounty on his own P&L and told Roshan and Siddharth, if you want it, risk your whole tournament to come get it.
For Roshan, the real question isn't, what's the next trade? It's, do you actually trust yourself after nuking 3200 on SQQQ? Sometimes the strongest play is closing the platform before you donate any more to the volatility gods.
So as the clock ticks toward the close of day 9, the script is unwritten. Either Anil rides this green cushion toward the podium, or someone from the depths decides to fire one more oversized shot and turns this quiet lull into the defining moment of the Dayrade elevator tournament. Day 9, middle of the gauntlet, and our entire Dayrade elevator board is locked in place. No fresh orders firing, just 3 very different stories frozen into those P&L columns.
Front and center, Anil Sanoon, sitting on roughly plus 1800 and absolutely nailed to the top. He's not trading right now because he doesn't have to. The rest of the lobby has to come hunt him.
Slide your eyes down and you hit Roshan Palan at minus 3,210, totally flat. Those aren't just red numbers. That's the financial equivalent of staring at the ceiling fan, wondering where it all went wrong. And just below, there's Siddharth Pradeep, buried around minus 5,500 at his worst print today. When your P&L looks like that and you're not clicking, that's not risk management. That's emotional recovery mode.
That single swing for Bevan cleared the official big loss line nearly 3 times over. A full day's grind erased in one decision. And now his P&L line is just a flat echo of what used to be there.
Big loss threshold is 500. Roshan ate more than 6 times that on one SQQQ idea. At that point, you're not crossing the line. You're building a summer home on the other side of it.
Put that into perspective. Big loss is 500, and Siddharth has stacked more than 9 of those units into his drawdown today. One more oversized idea, and his entire tournament arc could be defined by this single session.
And while those crash landings play in the background, Anil is just chilling at plus 1700 plus, flat and fearless. He's turned today into a game of catch me if you can, and nobody's even on the same floor.
Strategically, that quiet stance from Anil is lethal. He's already banked multiple big win equivalents, so every comeback attempt from the red zone traders has to be bigger, riskier, and more desperate just to narrow the spread. From a tournament lens, this is the fork in the road. Do the red side traders chip away with contained risk, Or do they fire another oversized shot that either rescues their ranking or buries the entire campaign? We're just past the halfway mark of this session, with only 2 tournament days after this. Every frozen P&L number you see now is a loaded spring, one decision away from becoming either a comeback legend or a cautionary tale. Midway through day 9, the numbers on our Dayrade elevator board look carved in stone. No new orders. Just 3 very different battle scars glowing on the P&L columns.
And right at the top of that frozen skyline is a Nil Saloon, chilling in bright green around plus 1700. He's basically parked a victory bus on the leaderboard and taken the keys.
Scroll down and you find Roshan Palan parked at minus 3,210, absolutely motionless. When your P&L looks like that and nothing's changing, it's not Zen, it's shell shock. Right next door, Siddharth Pradeep marinating around minus 5.5 grand. At that point, the account isn't bleeding, it's just quietly filing a complaint against you.
With the danger line marked at minus 500, Bevan's collapse was nearly triple that in one motion. A full reset that turned a commanding edge into a psychological coin flip late in the event.
That SQQQ nuke wasn't a little red candle. That was a stadium level wipeout. Over 6 big loss units detonated at once. The kind of hit that gets replayed on every highlight reel of this tournament.
From around minus 3,400 down to roughly minus 5,500 in one descent, that single choice now defines Siddharth's path. Every future trade has to be weighed against that canyon behind him.
Meanwhile, Anil quietly built his lead, walking his P&L from the low 1700s up toward 1779 earlier. Multiple big win chunks banked, and now he's just guarding that stack like a closer in the ninth inning.
Anil's biggest decision right now might be whether to touch anything at all. When you're up 1,700 and the rest of the field looks like an error log, do nothing suddenly becomes world-class strategy.
In all of that chaos, London, before we've even hit the late day fireworks, 4 hours still on the clock, and any one of these traders could hit the accelerator again and redraw this whole ranking in a couple of candles.
For Roshan and Siddharth, the math is brutal. Claw back slowly with tight risk, or mash the gas and risk turning those already ugly reds into a full account history cautionary tale.
You can almost feel the finger hovering over the hotkey. Does somebody fire another 1,000-share bullet, or does the whole room sit frozen, afraid to add one more scar to these P&L lines?
Day 9, deep into the New York session, and the Dayrade elevator board is a study in contrast. One bright pocket of green, surrounded by craters where earlier trades slammed into the floor.
Front and center, it's all about Anil Sanu, sitting calm at roughly plus 1779, completely flat, like a champion quarterback, just draining the clock with a 2-score lead.
Meanwhile, Roshan Palan is Roshan's drawdown is a crater 10 flat. Siddharth Pradeep probably double-checking that the buy button down over 5,500 after that extra 2+ grand
And then
hit.
you got the roller coaster
Sitting flat like the keyboard just logged
This
out on
man
him.
went from plus
With a
1394 to
$500
basically zero
line
in
marking a
one
big
plunge.
loss,
A
Bevan's
1394.50
swing
reversal
almost
that just
triples
nuked
that
almost 3
threshold
big
in
loss
one
units in a
motion.
single burst.
That's not
Look
just
at Roshan's tape
volatility.
on
That's the kind of tilt that can
1,000 shares,
rewrite an
one
entire
trade, and he
tournament
manages to
arc.
turn basically
That
flat
is a
into
tier
minus
4 cannon
3210.
blast
That's
on
over
SES
3,200 hammered in a
QQQ.
single shot.
Over 6 times
1,000 shares
big
of
loss watermark
SQQQ
in one go.
minus 3,200.
Roshan just
And now
launched a
Roshan is
full
flat.
Hail Mary,
Yeah,
and the
that's not a
defense
trade,
ran
that's
it
a
back to the
donation to the
house.
Don't Size Like
Zooming
This
out on
educational
Roshan's
fund.
day, the
And
story
Siddharth's
is
chart
brutal.
tells the same horror
A
flick.
small loss
Already in
around
the red,
minus
then backed by another
1745,
2119
then
loss chunk,
another drawdown
blowing
of
past that 500 danger zone
1465,
like it
and
wasn't even there.
finally that
Minus
3+ grand
2,100 on top of
collapse,
prior damage, flat
stacking
now.
big loss after
Siddharth
big
didn't just
loss
cross the big
until
loss
the
line.
account
He
is
set up a
buried.
campsite on the wrong side of
In
it
the
and
middle
started
of all
roasting
that
his own
chaos,
P&L.
Anil's
This is
decision to stay
championship
flat with
level
that
clock management from
1700
Anil,
plus cushion
up more than
becomes the
3
quiet
times the big loss
masterpiece.
mark,
Every
while his
reckless
closest
oversize from
comparisons
his
are
rivals
stacked in
just widens
multi-$1,000
the
holes.
invisible moat
He's
around
turned
his lead.
patience into a
We're
highlight
about
reel
2.5
play.
hours past the bell,
Given how
with nearly
today's gone,
4
you
hours
can't even
still to
blame
run,
them.
and the
After
entire
you eat a
field is frozen.
1,300 dump,
No
a
new tickets,
1,400
no
dump,
new volume,
a
just a
3,000
scoreboard
dump,
daring
that
someone
buy
to
button
smash that
starts to
order
look less
button
like
and change the
opportunity
script.
and more like a
But remember
self-destruct
the
key.
calendar.
This is
Day
what
9
separates
of
tournament
11.
killers from
Over
casuals.
200 minutes left
Anil's already
today,
banked a
and
lead
every
that
dollar
would
from
make
this
most
point
traders log off happy,
reverberates through the final
while Roshan,
standings.
Bevan,
Shy
and Siddharth
clicks now
have
might
to
feel
decide if they're
safe,
climbing
but
back
they
with
also
precision
lock in
or
these
throwing one
brutal
more
gaps.
desperate bomb downfield.
So as the clock ticks toward the late session, the question hanging over this Dayrade elevator arena is simple. Does anyone dare fire another shot? Or will Anil's disciplined green fortress stand unchallenged all the way to the prize pool? Welcome back to Day 9 of the Dayrade Elevator Arena. 158 minutes past the open, the tape is quiet, but the scoreboard is screaming, with 3 very different P&L destinies already etched into it.
Look at Anil Sununi holding that throne, plus 1,700 plus change, flat, untouched. He's basically posted a highlight reel and then put the mouse down like, your move, challengers.
Meanwhile, Siddharth Pradeep is marinating around minus 4,085, completely flat. When your P&L looks like a canyon and you stop clicking, that's not strategy. That's emotional damage control. And there's Bevan Stanley, who managed to take a comfy plus 1394 cushion and flip it into basically break even with a minus 1394.5 slam. This isn't mean reversion. This is P&L origami. Fold it all the way back to zero.
That final plunge, minus 1465 on top of the earlier damage, came off a 1,000-share blast on SQQQ. One button press that vaporized over $3,200 in one idea, like he tried to hedge the market and instead hedged his account balance.
And now SQQQ just sits there on the tape like a loaded trap. The history says 1,000-share landmine. The question is whether anyone dares step on it again, with 232 minutes still left in today's window.
Don't sleep on Siddharth's slide either. He swallowed another minus 2119 chunk earlier, tumbling from the mid minus 3000s to over minus 5500 before clawing back a bit. That's more than 4 risk flags stacked into one hit.
What makes Anil's green stack so dangerous to the rest of the field is its calm. Hovering around plus 17 to 1800, no fresh trades, just a cushion that forces every comeback attempt to sprint uphill into his lead. Right now, the whole field is flat, hands off the trigger, but the math is brutal. Roshan and Siddharth each sit multiple big loss units below zero, while Bevan has already burned through a full green buffer just to land at neutral.
Same story for Siddharth, sitting around minus 4000 after reading that minus 21119 haymaker. Any decision to re engage is going to be pure high wire trading. Do you chip away small or fire one more heavyweight swing and hope it lands?
Day 9 rolls on in the Dayrade elevator arena. Nearly 3 hours after the bell, the price action is muted, but that scoreboard still tells a wild split screen between one calm green survivor and a trio of deep red war stories.
Look at Anil Sanoon, still perched around plus 1770, totally flat. He's basically parked the bus on a pile of profit and dares anyone from the red zone to sprint the full field to catch him.
Meanwhile, Siddharth Pradeep chilling at about minus 5500 and flat. When your P&L is that red and the mouse doesn't move, that's not discipline, that's spiritual shock.
That 2100 drop from the minus 3400s into the minus 5500s was like ejecting out of a plane and realizing the chute is still in the backpack. One candle, and the equity curve just vertical dove.
From plus 1394 to essentially flat is almost triple the danger threshold in one decision. Bevan didn't just give back a lead, he turned a comfortable cushion into a brand new climb with no rope left.
And while those red numbers read like a horror script, Anil's P&L just sits there in solid green, plus 1779, flat, untouched. He's turned today into a highlight reel where he doesn't even need to press another button.
That's the quiet power of Anil's stance, hovering around plus 1800 with no new exposure, while others have racked up losses many multiples of the risk threshold. He doesn't have to chase, he just has to endure.
We're roughly 162 minutes past the open, with more than 3.5 hours left. And the crazy part is, we've already seen swings of 2, 3, even 4 times the big loss trigger. This lobby is calm, but the history tab is absolute chaos.
Roshan's current status, minus 32.10 and flat. No hedges, no fresh orders, just a trader and a P&L screen having a long, silent argument about who was really in control of that last entry.
And don't forget, Roshan's crater was delivered by a single 1,000-share blast. One move, full size, and his P&L teleported to minus 32.10 before he slammed everything to flat like the keyboard was on fire.
Day 9 of 11 means the clock is quietly getting louder. Every trader knows there are only so many sessions left to rewrite these numbers, and the gap between Anil's green island and the red ocean below is starting to feel enormous. So as the minutes tick toward the close, the question hangs over the arena. Will Anil guard that green citadel to the final bell? Or will someone from the red depths hit one last all-or-nothing play and turn day 9 into legend? Deep into day 9, 2 3/4 hours past the bell, and our Dayrade elevator board looks like a paused thriller. Teal, glowing green, frozen in heavy red. Everyone flat, everyone waiting for someone else to break the silence.
Look at Anil Sanoon at roughly plus 1800. No new trades, no jitters. Just cruising at the top like the elevator opened on a penthouse and he decided, yeah, I live here now.
And Roshan Palan just parked at minus 3210, flat again, after eating multiple hits well beyond the 500 big loss mark. That looks less like trading and more like a fire drill gone wrong.
When the system says 500 is a big loss alarm, and Bevan drops nearly triple that in a single decision, you're not just losing money, you're rewriting your entire risk profile with one click.
Siddharth's descent has its own horror arc. He was already buried in the low minus 3000s, then dumped another 2119 to land around minus 5545.5 before slamming the brakes and going flat.
And while the red zone stories are all sirens and skid marks, Anil at plus 1779 to plus 1809 is just smooth green, flat, composed, turning that cushion into a scoreboard fortress everybody else has to storm.
That's the quiet power of Anil's line. While others have stacked losses many times larger than the system's risk level, he's hovering in steady profit, letting time pressure do the work on his rivals.
He went from minus 0.03 to minus 3210 on SQQQ with a 1,000-share cannonball. If you ever needed a poster for size first, think later. That trade just volunteered.
We've got roughly 3 hours and 40 plus minutes left. 2 days to go in the 11-day run, and we've already seen single trade swings of 2, 3, even 6 times the risk trigger. This lobby can explode again at any second.
Of course, they could also try the classic move, swing for a miracle, oversize into another spike, and turn those already ugly red numbers into, "Why is my broker calling me?" red numbers.
Deep into day 9, 170 minutes past the bell. The Dayrade elevator board feels like a snapshot in time. No new orders, just 4 stories etched into green and red, waiting for someone brave enough to change them.
Look at that board. Anil Sanoon sitting pretty around plus 1800, absolutely motionless, like he's locked the elevator on the penthouse floor and snapped the key in the door behind him.
Meanwhile, Siddharth Pradeep is marooned at about minus 4,300, flat. When your P&L is almost 9 times past the danger siren and you stop clicking, that's not discipline. That's your soul hitting the circuit breaker.
And then there's Bevin Stanley. Earlier on this tape, he went from plus 1394 to basically break even in one shot, a minus 1394.5 skid that slammed straight through the 500 big loss line like it wasn't even there.
That last stretch, minus 1465 on top of the earlier pain, is almost 3 separate big loss alarms in one move. At that point, you're not taking a trade. You're auditioning for a risk management horror movie.
1,000 shares of SQQQ with a swing of over 3,200 against you is like pulling the emergency brake at highway speed. By the time the dust settles, your P&L and your heartbeat are both pinned in the red.
Dropping 2,100 when the hazard line is 500 is like showing up to a kart race with a rocket engine and no brakes. Sure, it's exciting, right up until the wall says hello.
And that's what makes Anil's plus 1800 fortress so impressive. While everyone else is riding the tilt-a-whirl of $1,000 drawdowns, he's just sitting there, flat and fearless, with the scoreboard flashing that he's the one to chase.
We're 220 minutes from the closing bell. Only 2 days left in this 11-day sprint, and you can feel it. Anyone in the basement has to think in home run trades now, which is exactly how you get those plus 1,000 or minus 3,000 roller coasters.
The thresholds tell the story. 500 counts as a heavy punch. 300 on a single symbol is already notable. And yet we've watched swings of 1,400, 2,100, over 3,200. This tournament is being written in knockout blows, not jabs.
This is the classic Dayrade showdown. One player, Anil, defending a huge green edge, and a pack of red zone brawlers who've already shown they're willing to swing for multi-thousand moves. The next big punch could flip the story of the entire tournament.
Deep into day 9, 174 minutes past the bell, and the Dayrade elevator board is in a strange stillness. No new tickets firing, just the echo of earlier choices stamped into every P&L line. At the top of that frozen ladder is Anil Sanoon, balanced around plus 1780, completely flat. No fresh drawdowns, no new pushes, just a disciplined guardian of the only big green stack on the screen.
That kind of cushion this late in the tournament is massive. Anil sitting in the luxury box while everyone else has to dial up something wild just to get in the same conversation on this leaderboard.
When you vaporize nearly 3 times the big loss threshold in one swipe, your whole playbook changes. Bevin's not just managing risk now. He's trying to remember what it feels like to be in the green at all.
And then there's Roshan Palan, whose path today is a straight line into the red, sliding from just about break-even into a deep minus 1700, and then again down to roughly minus 3200, a staircase where every step is a trap door. On the far end of the spectrum sits Siddharth Pradeep, buried near minus 5500 after a separate slide of roughly minus 2100, more than 4 times the danger line in a single sequence.
That is a monster red candle on the scoreboard. Siddharth's single drop isn't just a misstep, it's a full highlight reel wipeout. The kind of move that forces you into tournament saving miracle mode for the rest of the week.
Down more than 9 times the big lost tripwire overall, flat now. And you just know the temptation is whispering, double or nothing. That's not strategy. That's how you end up telling war stories in the spectator chat.
And hanging over all of this is that 1,000-share memory on SQQQ. One big order already carved into the tape, and with more than 3.5 hours left, any spark on that ticker could drag the whole lobby back into the fire.
Remember, the big loss marker is just 500, and we've already seen swings of minus 1400, minus 1500, minus 2 plus 1000, and that minus 3200 spike. This is not a gentle tournament. This is a stress test.
If Roshan even thinks about touching SQQQ again after that 1,000-share crater, the whole arena is going to lean in, because the next click is either redemption territory or a full-on meme-worthy meltdown.
And if Siddharth decides to swing again from minus 5,500, that's instant stadium mode. Any green surge from those depths is a full comeback montage waiting to happen on the Dayrade elevator highlight reel.
Deep into day 9, the tape is quiet, but those P&L columns are loud. 1 trader in controlled green, 3 carrying heavy red, and absolutely everything still on the line before this window closes.
Look at Anil Sanoon, just planted in solid profit around plus 1,700. No drama, no tilt, just a big green cushion, daring the rest of the lobby to come and take it from him.
Meanwhile, Bevin Stanley managed to go from plus 1394 to basically 0 in one hit. Congratulations, that's the speedrun category for turning a comfy lead into a fresh start.
That Bevin swing, about minus 1394.5 in a single move, nearly triples the tournament's 500 danger marker. The kind of oversized lurch that can rewrite an entire leaderboard arc. in seconds. Roshan's slide told in numbers. First, down to roughly minus 1745. Then another drop of 1465 into that minus 3210 abyss. Stacked hits that dwarf the big loss threshold again and again.
Over in the deep end, Siddharth Pradeep sitting beyond minus 5,500. At that point, you're not just breaking the 500 warning light, you're using it as ambient mood lighting.
That last spiral for Siddharth, minus 2119 in one push, works out to more than 4 full big loss units in a single decision. The kind of overreach that can define an entire tournament run.
That minus 2119 isn't just a red candle. That's a full-blown interception returned the other way. One sequence, and Siddharth's scoreboard plunges from bad into brutal.
And through all that chaos, Anil is just cruising. Flat, steady, green around plus 1700, watching everyone else spin out while his risk meter barely twitches.
That's why Neil looks like the end zone favorite right now. 4 big loss thresholds worth of cushion, while his rivals are scrambling from deep, deep behind their own goal line.
1,000 shares, one ticket over 3 grand gone. Roshan didn't just tap size up, he smashed the all-you-can-eat button on risk and found out the buffet bites back.
So strap in. Anil defending a massive green edge. Bevan, Roshan, and Siddharth all deep in the hole. And with losses this huge already on the tape, the next oversized trade could turn this quiet stretch into a highlight reel shockwave.
"200 minutes from the close on day 9, and our Dayrade elevator board is locked in a strange stillness. No fresh orders, just 4 very different P&L stories staring back at us from the ranks.
And at the top of that frozen bracket, it's still Anil Sanoon, parked in bright green around 1700 profit. His P&L is the end zone everybody else is desperately trying to reach.
Anil's flat right now. No new trades. And that's the power. He doesn't have to swing anymore. The cushion he built earlier today means time itself is playing defense for him.
Meanwhile, Roshan Palan is glued at minus 3,210, totally flat. No trades, no comeback attempt, just him and a P&L number big enough to need its own support group.
Add it up. That's more than 3,000 bucks torched in a sequence, way past the 500 danger siren. A full-blown highlight reel collision in this tournament.
That's not easing out of a bad idea. That's slamming the throttle while the risk meter screams. And now he's frozen. No activity. probably staring at that minus 5545.5, trying to breathe.
That downswing of roughly minus 1394.5 by itself is nearly 3 times the platform's big loss bar. Proof that you can build a nice stack and then erase it in one overeager push.
And that wasn't even the only hit. On the symbol level, he logged about minus 1030 on a single sequence, 400 shares, one decision that turned a tiny red into a crater.
That's double the danger threshold on a single trade idea. That's the kind of move that gets replayed on the tournament highlight reel with slow motion candles and dramatic music.
Roshan's big smash came on SQQQ, 1000 shares, one shot, and his P&L fell from basically zero to that minus 3210 canyon in a heartbeat.
1,000-share punt on SQQQ when the warning bell rings at 500 loss. That's not hedging. That's volunteering to be the example slide in the risk management workshop.
Bevin's symbol damage came on GLD, 400 shares, one trade, and suddenly his line on that ticker shows minus 1030, a full-on metal meltdown right in the middle of the session.
So here we stand, Anil high above in calm green, Bevin back near even after a massive stumble, and Roshan and Siddharth marooned deep in the red, all of them frozen as the clock slowly tightens around day 9. We're closing in on the 3-hour mark of this Dayrade elevator session, and the strangest sight on the board is the stillness. No fresh orders firing, just those massive P&L imprints, telling us who played like snipers and who charged in like action heroes without helmets.
Front and center, Anil Sanoom is chilling at roughly plus 1779, totally flat, and that calm green stack is playing like a giant force field the rest of the lobby has to break through if they want a shot at this day 9 crown.
Meanwhile, Roshan is parked at minus 3,210, completely flat, like he just alt-tabbed his soul out of the platform and left the P&L there as a warning label for future generations.
Bevin's story might be the most heart rate inducing. He was cruising around plus 1394, then detonated almost 1400 in one swing, and now sits basically flat, like he just hit the reset button with a sledgehammer. That's not a dip you buy, that's a hole you fall through. One more attempt to fix the day, and Siddharth risks turning day 9 into a full-on blackout for the entire event.
Bevin also took a clean hit on GLD, down about $1,000 with 400 shares. He basically turned gold into an expensive lesson in why leverage plus overconfidence equals jewelry for the opposing team.
And then there's that one-shot lunge in SQQQ. Roshan fired 1,000 shares, instantly shredding just over 3,209. That's more than 6 times the risk siren in a single burst, like slamming the accelerator with no brakes installed.
That SQQQ blast is a full stadium moment. One trade, 1,000-share hammer, and the P&L scoreboard just erupted red, locking Roshan into a minus 3210 headline that everyone in this arena can see from space.
Remember, we've still got more than 3 hours until the bell, and 2 full days left in the tournament. This board has already shown it can move thousands in a blink, so the next mouse click could flip the script for any one of these traders.
For Bevin, Sitting near break-even after swinging real size, the temptation is obvious. Just one more trade to get it all back. History usually calls that chapter, and then it got worse.
So buckle in. The board might be quiet for the moment, but with big loss scars already splashed across GLD and SQQQ and Anil defending a fat green lead, we are one explosive decision away from another tournament-defining highlight.
Day 9. Deep in the elevator arena, and the strange theme on the dashboard is still inertia. P&Ls frozen, tickers idle, but the numbers on that board are anything but peaceful. Anil is still the calm eye of this storm, sitting flat with a cushion north of 1600. No new swings, no panic, just quiet control, while the rest of the field carries battle damage.
You've got to respect how Anil is playing this. Flat, green, and forcing everyone underneath to consider absolute hero ball if they even want a shot at catching that profit stack before the window closes.
Meanwhile, Roshan is cemented at minus 3,210, totally flat. When the P&L looks like a horror movie title, and the trade log is empty, that's not strategy. That's I'm afraid of the mouse mode.
That's not a drift, that's an emergency stop. Plus 1394 to basically flat in a single downswing. You can almost hear the hotkey slamming and the heartbeat spiking as that green line vaporized.
Minus 1030 on GLD with 400 shares is a masterclass in how to turn a hedge metal into a guillotine. 3 digits past the big loss line in one go, and the only thing it protected was everyone else's rank.
Remember, that one SQQQ blast was a 1,000 share cannon, minus roughly 3,210 pinned instantly, more than 6 times the danger threshold. That's the kind of trade where you stop looking at the chart and start looking for oxygen.
Big loss triggers at minus 500, and Roshan chose minus 3,209.9. Family size combo, 1,000 shares of SQQQ, 1 serving of regret, supersized.
Siddharth's slide was its own roller coaster. Another 2119 shaved off in one move, taking him from already hurting at minus 3426.5 down into the minus 5545.5 basement. That's not a dip. That's an elevator with the cables cut.
What ties these stories together is scale. Roshan, Bevan, Siddharth all took hits several multiples past the risk beacon, while Anil's entire day is defined by restraint and preservation of that green stack.
But if even one of them snaps and slams size again, another 1,000 share shove like that SQQQ nuke or a repeat of that GLD hammer, we're talking instant leaderboard quake, huge red or green fireworks in a single heartbeat.
We're just past the midpoint of day 9. The tape is motionless, but the Dayrade elevator board still crackles with the aftershock of earlier choices. Three very different paths frozen in those P&L columns. At the top sits Anil Sanoon, hovering comfortably around plus 1700 to plus 1800 on the tournament meter. Absolutely flat on the trigger, he's turned his P&L into a shield and is refusing to swing it recklessly.
That's championship composure from Anil. Plus 1779 on the board. Zero new trades. Just parking in profit, while the rest of the lobby has to gamble from the basement if they want to catch him.
And then there's Siddharth at roughly minus 5545.5, also flat. At that depth, you don't check your P&L. You just squint at it like it's somebody else's account.
That collapse for Bevin is almost 3 times the official big loss marker of 500 in a single move. He didn't just give back a gain, he erased an entire day's worth of good decisions in one sequence. Put those pieces together. Bevin's symbol-level slide on GLD, plus that 1394.5 swing, turned a steady green cushion into a razor-thin margin, transforming him overnight from contender to survivor.
But the most violent detonation still belongs to Roshan. 1,000 shares slammed into SEQQQ, and the account went from almost zero to around minus 3,210 in a single burst.
And that wasn't even his only stumble. Another downswing of about minus 1465 buried him deeper, turning what could have been a manageable drawdown into a long-shot climb back towards zero.
Minus 2119 is more than 4 big loss units in one hit. Siddharth's not taking paper cuts. He's trading in full-blown cinematic crash scenes.
We've got just over 3 hours left on day 9. The event feed is silent, and that only makes the next order scarier. Whoever breaks this stalemate first is either staging a comeback or lighting a bigger bonfire.
Deep into day 9, a little over 3 hours past the bell, and our Dayrade elevator lobby looks like a paused boss fight. No fresh executions, just 4 very different P&L bars glowing on the board, daring someone to break the silence.
And towering over that frozen board is Anil Sanoon, chilling at plus 1658 to plus 1779, depending on the slice you look at. Totally flat, just flexing a multi-big win cushion while everyone else is stuck in the red basement.
Remember, a 500 move is already classed as a major swing in this arena, and Anil's stacked more than three of those in green. This isn't just a good day. It's the kind of buffer you use to dictate how everyone else has to play the end game.
That minus 2119 hit is wild. 4 plus big loss units in one push. Siddharth basically tried to speedrun his comeback, slammed the gas, and the car went straight through the guardrail.
That SQQQ nuke is monstrous. Over 6 times the big loss marker vaporized in one swing. That's not just a red trade, that's a full stadium level oh moment for the highlight reels.
On a stage where a single minus 500 is a headline, that SQQQ crater is more than six of those lined up in a row. Roshan's entire narrative right now is written by one oversized bet on volatility.
Bevan's whole arc is whiplash. One moment he's sitting on about plus 1394. The next, he's slammed all the way down to basically break even at minus zero point 0.5. That's a 1394.5 rug pull on his entire cushion.
Plus 1394 to basically zero is classic. Bevin effectively speed dumped an entire big green morning and tipped the dealer on the way out.
There are still more than 3 hours to the close and 192 minutes to tournament window end. Plenty of time for someone to mash the hotkeys and drop another 1,000 share bomb that flips this entire board upside down.
And somewhere out there, SQQQ is just waiting. Roshan already proved it can erase a career's worth of risk lectures in one click. So whoever tags in next better bring more than vibes and leverage.
"200 minutes into day 9, the tape may be quiet, but this Dayrade elevator board is anything but peaceful. One strong green fortress at the top, and two deep red craters still glowing in the middle of the screen.
Front and center, that fortress belongs to Anil Sanoon, sitting on roughly plus 1780, absolutely flat, and treating that green like a championship lead he refuses to fumble.
Down the board, Roshan Palan is frozen at about minus 3210, also flat. For him, active risk management apparently means unplugging the mouse after detonating the account.
Just above those wrecks, the Bevan-Stanley saga is split in two. The day once showed around plus 1394, and then a single decision erased it, flipping him to roughly break-even in one brutal swing.
And it didn't stop there. On the symbol level, Bevin fires 400 shares of GLD and eats roughly minus 1030, turning what should have been a slow gold grind into a high-speed sled ride straight down the P&L hill.
Put those pieces together, and Bevan's day tells a classic tale. Early strength, a big green cushion, then one oversized roll of the dice that leaves him stranded, staring at a P&L that should have been his safety net.
Drill into it, and you see the culprit instantly. One 1,000 share pre-trade wiggle, then a straight plunge of about minus 3,209, wiping out the day in literally one execution. Siddharth's chart tells its own horror story. A fresh drop of about minus 2119, taking him from the mid minus 3400s down toward minus 5545, like missing the brake pedal and finding another cliff instead.
Stack all of that red violence beside Anil's line. He built up from the low 1700s to around 1779, then simply stepped away, proving that sometimes the sharpest edge is knowing when not to click.
We've still got more than 3 hours until the New York close. Plenty of time for another 1,000 share gamble, another oversized swing, another trader deciding they're either clawing back from the basement or going out in a blaze of red.
+200 minutes after the bell on day 9, the arena is eerily still. No fresh executions, but the scoreboard is loaded with unfinished business and oversized risks waiting to be redeemed.
Front of the pack, that steady green glow belongs to Anil Sanoon, up around 1800 on the day, and parked in neutral, like a champion who knows the fight has to come to him.
Everybody else is bleeding, and Anil's biggest risk right now is boredom. Flat, green, and basically playing spectator while the rest of the bracket cosplays as a risk management warning slide.
Behind him, Roshan Palan sits welded near -3200. A single session that turned from opportunity into a hole that now defines what comeback would even have to look like.
And remember how he got there? 1,000 share detonation on SQQQ, account basically untouched, down more than 3-2 in a blink. That's the kind of hotkey press you hear echoing for days.
Big loss bar is 500. Roshan treated that like a warm-up. He didn't tiptoe over the line. He strapped on rockets and cleared it 6 times in one idea.
Lower on the board, Siddharth Pradeep's story is even darker, cascading from the mid-3000s toward -5500, a slow-motion fall that turned one bad day into a defining drawdown.
When the danger mark is 500 and you're stacking 9 of those units into one day, that's not a rough patch. That's a full-length documentary about ignoring position size.
And then there's the roller coaster called Bevan Stangley, up around plus 1394 at one point, and then ripped straight back to basically flat with a single monster red swing of about minus 1394.5.
And don't forget, he also carved out another chunk on GLD. One trade, 400 shares, roughly minus 1,030, taking that symbol from a tiny nick to a full-on problem line on the dashboard.
Added up, and today's red side stories are massive. Single trade losses blowing past the 500 danger zone by factors of 2, 3, 6. This bracket hasn't tiptoed, it is charged head first into volatility. "3 hours to go on day 9, and the Dayrade elevator screen is eerie. No fresh tickets firing, but 4 wildly different profit stories, just frozen in time for everyone to study. At the top of this quiet battlefield sits Anil Sanoon, floating around plus 1700, flat on positions, rich on cushion, and playing the rarest style in a red splattered lobby. Disciplined patience.
You've got to respect it. Anil locks in over 1700 on the tournament board, goes flat, and just lets everyone else crash into the walls while he sits there like the reigning champ, guarding a huge lead.
Down in the shadow of the board, Roshan Palan is welded to roughly minus 3210. No open trades, just the heavy imprint of a day where one decision blew far past the 500 big loss watermark. And then there is Siddharth Pradeep, anchored around minus 5545. One more brutal cut of about minus 2100, turning a bad situation into a deep tournament scar. Bevan Stanley's story might be the wildest. He climbed his way to roughly plus 1394, then in one violent reversal surrendered almost that entire gain and dropped to essentially break even on the day.
Imagine watching plus 1300 evaporate into basically zero in a single burst. That's nearly 3 times the big loss line gone in one swing. The kind of move that makes you slam the flat button on pure adrenaline.
That is a full blown elevator drop for Bevan. Rocket up into 4-figure profit, trap door straight back to flat. And now he's staring at the board, wondering if he just spent his comeback ticket for nothing.
Minus 1,000 on GLD with 400 shares isn't a hedge. That's a self-sponsored seminar. Congratulations, Bevin. You just paid triple the 300 symbol risk line to learn about position sizes.
One click on SQQQ, 1,000 shares, and boom, over 6 big loss units gone in a heartbeat. The exact kind of volume spike the rulebook warns you about, and the gambler side of your brain begs you to take anyway.
And that's why the last 180 minutes of day 9 are so dangerous. Anil's defending a massive cushion. Bevan's tasted and lost the high ground. Roshan and Siddharth are buried but desperate. And the next big order that hits this tape could flip the entire narrative in a single candle.
"9 days into this Dayrade elevator marathon. The board has frozen mid-scene. Green royalty on one side, red wreckage on the other, and not a single new trade daring to break the silence.
Front of the pack is still all Anil Sanoon, sitting on roughly plus 1780, totally flat, like a closer who already locked in the win and just tossed the ball into the stands.
That cushion is more than 3 times the big loss marker. And with everyone else buried, Anil's biggest weapon right now isn't a ticker. It's the decision not to click.
And then there's Siddharth Pradeep down around minus 55.45. At that point, you don't need a stop loss, you need a support group.
And Bevin Stanley? He pulled the emergency brake the hard way. One moment, sitting on a comfy green, the next, watching nearly 1400 evaporate and landing right on the edge of zero.
And buried inside that story, GLD gets his own spotlight. Bevan fired 400 shares and took a hit of about $1,000, a full big loss unit plus interest on one precious metal misstep. At the center of that meltdown is SQQQ, 1,000 shares, a single decision, and suddenly Roshan isn't just crossing the big loss line. He's sprinting to more than 6 times past it in one go.
Minus 3,200 on SQQQ off a 1,000-share hit. Forget hedging the market. Roshan just shorted his own confidence.
Stack those numbers and Roshan's day reads like a cautionary tale. 3 separate hits above the danger threshold, each one carving deeper into a tournament run that once hovered near flat.
Siddharth's last big move is just as brutal. About minus 2119, tagged on top of earlier red, blasting straight past that 500 warning line like it wasn't even drawn on the chart.
That's what makes Anil's flat green stack look legendary. While the others turned the big loss threshold into a trampoline, he's turned plus 1779 into a fortress nobody stormed yet.
And remember the calendar. Day 9 of 11, 176 minutes from the closing bell. Every extra dollar from here doesn't just move today, it echoes through the final standings. Day 9 rolls on in the Dayrade elevator, 218 minutes after the open, and the board has frozen into a strange tableau. Every trader flat, no orders firing, just 4 radically different P&L stories glowing on the dashboard.
Front and center is Anil Sanune, sitting on roughly plus 1700 to 1800, totally flat. He's planted a green flag on the summit and just left it there, daring the rest of the field to climb all the way up before the close.
Way down the ladder, Siddharth Pradeep, chilling around minus 4,300 to minus 5,500 flat. At that depth, you don't need level 2. You need a map and an exit strategy.
That minus 2100 chunk yanked him from the mid minus 3000s into the minus 5000s in a flash. One decision, and the equity curve basically hit a trapdoor. No staircase, just a vertical drop.
Then there's Roshan Palan, stranded near minus 3210. His path today, a two-step stumble from a small scratch to minus 1700. Then a brutal slide deeper into the red as he doubled down on a conviction that never paid. Bevan Stanley sits right around minus 1146 overall. But the real story is the journey, starting the day near plus 1394 and then unwinding the entire cushion until the curve basically kissed zero before sliding into the red.
That minus 1394.5 swing from green to basically flat is nearly triple the danger threshold. Imagine watching a solid morning's work get peeled away tick by tick until the PNL bar is back to square one and still falling.
Going from plus 1300 to just under zero, then drifting to about minus 1100, isn't just a give back. That's taking a victory lap, tripping over your own shoelaces, and sliding face first across the finish line.
400 shares of GLD, over $1,000 down. That's not a tiny probe. That's a full send into a gold brick that immediately dropped on your account, turning a clean lead into a scramble just to stay competitive.
In a field where single trades are wiping out 2, 3, even 6 times the danger threshold, Anil's flat stance at plus 1700 is powerful. He doesn't need another hero moment today. He just needs everyone else to keep bleeding time and capital. Day 9 moves into its late innings, and the Dayrade elevator board has hardened into a stark picture. One resilient green figure at the summit, and 3 battle-scarred traders anchored in deep red, all of them frozen flat.
Anil Sunune still riding around plus 17 to 1800 on the day and not touching a thing. He's turned that P&L into a VIP balcony seat while the rest of the field tries to climb up from the basement.
Roshan Palan, though, is parked at minus 3,210 and flat. When your day's highlight reel is just a slow slide into a crater and then nothing, that's not a pause. That's a moment of silence for the account. And Siddharth Pradeep sitting around minus 5545.5, also flat. That's not a drawdown. That's a full-length documentary about ignoring the 500 big loss warning like it was spam mail.
And Roshan's whole disaster arc came from 1000 share blast on SQQQ. He went from basically scratch to minus 3200 in a heartbeat, like he hit all in instead of test size, and the market called his bluff instantly. Siddharth's last leg, that extra minus 2119 from the mid minus 3000s down to minus 5545.5, was like getting clipped by a second freight train while you're still checking the damage from the first one.
Bevan's smaller-looking loss on GLD, about minus 1030 on 400 shares, still crossed double the danger threshold. Behind that neat symbol line is a moment where the whole path of his day tilted downhill.
And remember, earlier Bevan was up around plus 1394 before that huge give back. He had a highlight reel green day in his hands. Then GLD and that follow up smack turned it into a full reset, like a touchdown call back on a penalty. That's tournament style discipline from Anil. Green cushion locked in, no fresh exposure, forcing Roshan, Bevan, and Siddharth to chase from thousands in the hole if they want to make this a race again.
And that's the danger zone. Because we've already seen 1,000 share punches and multi-thousand-dollar drops. If anyone decides to jump back in now, the next click could rocket them toward Anil or drill them even deeper into the red.
Day 9, deep in the New York afternoon, and the Dayrade elevator arena is locked in a stare-down. No fresh orders, just four traders frozen on the dashboard, their P&L lines telling very different stories as the clock ticks down.
Front and center, Anil Sunune, sitting in bright green, around plus 17 to 1800, completely flat, no flinch, no extra clicks, just guarding that stack like it's the championship trophy.
Slide over to Roshan Palan, just loitering at minus 3210, flat. When your day's shaped like a crater and you stop trading, that's not strategy, that's emotional damage management. Down in the abyss, Siddharth Pradeep chilling at roughly minus 5,500, flat, calm, and apparently okay with having a P&L that looks like a margin call email subject line.
That GLD hit wasn't just a stumble. That was a full stadium-sized turnover. Devin coughing up over 1,000 in one shot and dropping his total from a comfy plus to a heavy minus, like someone yanked the floor out from under him.
Roshan's tail runs straight through SQQQ, a 1,000-share plunge that dragged him from essentially flat to a staggering minus 3210 on that symbol alone, more than 6 times the platform's big loss bar in one terrifying candle.
1,000 shares of SQQQ, a swing of over 3,200 against him. That's the exact volume shares benchmark getting detonated on his account. A full field healing leveled in the live mint. Or spreading these stops in the groups that getting some scrimten super full. A full list torps in the groups. A 3,500 again then detonated on his account. You can create el octivo de Digenen that's be full field all the way back.
With the big loss bar set at 500, these minus 1,000 and minus 2,000 swings aren't just bad trades. They're turning points. The kind of blows that can define who even has a shot when the 11-day marathon ends.
All it takes is one surge, another 1,000 share blast, a surprise breakout, a desperate push from the minus 3,000s or minus 5,000s. And this whole stack could reshuffle while Anil's trying to protect that green cushion.
Day 9 rolls on. The board is locked in place, and every name we see is a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous move in a trading tournament is doing nothing at all.
Front and center, Anil Sanoon is chilling on a fat pile of green, frozen around plus 1700, like he's already planted his flag at the top of the tower and locked the elevator on his floor.
When everyone else is leaking four-figure red and you're just parked in profit, flat and quiet, that's not boredom. That's what risk control looks like when it actually pays rent.
Slide your eyes down to Roshan Palan. -3, 2, 1, 0, and holding. That's a whole highlight reel of pain just sitting there. Like the hotkeys are taped over so he doesn't press them again.
-32.10 in a tournament where 500 is already a hazard sign. Roshan didn't just cross the line, he paved a multi-lane highway on the wrong side of it.
You see that SQQQ line? 1,000 shares. Over 3,200 torched in a heartbeat. That's what it looks like when a single candle becomes your entire tournament story. Then there's Siddharth
He took a
Pradeep,
single slide of
buried
about
around
-2100 to get here.
-5545. This
When the
isn't
rule
just a
book says
drawdown.
500
This
is
is the
already a
kind of
serious
hole where
bruise,
every future
you
click
don't need
has to flirt with
analysis.
1,000+
You need
swings
ice
just
packs
to
and new
matter.
habits.
But this is where comebacks are born. Down more than 4 times the big loss bar on a single move. Siddharth has the runway to turn day 9 into either a legendary rescue mission or an even bigger crater.
Check out Bevan Stanley, sitting around -1146 now. But earlier he nuked roughly 1394 in one motion, turning a solid green cushion into pure vapor in a single breath.
From almost plus 1400 to basically flat, then down another stack. Bevan didn't just overtrade, he staged a disappearing act for his own profits and sold front row seats.
In that GLD sequence, 400 shares, about -1030 on the ticker. That's a full stadium groan, a symbol level wipeout, more than triple the 300 spotlight mark.
That's the perfect recipe for chaos. Players buried in red have to think in home run trades now, and we've already seen what their version of a home run looks like. Plus or minus 2, 3 grand in a single burst.
Which makes Anil's calm green island even more impressive, while Bevan, Roshan, and Siddharth are trapped in 4-figure whirlpools. He's the one player with a real safety net heading into the final days.
Day 9, late session, and the Dayrade elevator board looks like a paused battle. No fresh orders flying, just 4 very different stories carved into those P&L bars. Right at the top
Anil is
sits
basically
Anil
chilling in the
Salune,
VIP box
steady
right now,
around plus
up more than
1700,
3 big loss
completely
units and
flat,
flat.
no new
That's the kind of
swings,
cushion that
just
forces the
guarding
rest of the
that
lobby
lead
to
while
start thinking
everyone
Hail
else
Mary trades.
stares up the mountain. Below him, the
That
tale
swing for
of
roughly
Bevan
minus
Stanley is written in
1394.5 is
whiplash.
insane. Almost
Once
triple the
sitting on
danger
about
marker gone
plus
in an instant. Bevan
1394,
basically went from
now
cruising to,
effectively
wait,
reset
where did my
after
whole
a
morning
brutal
go?
plunge that
And that's on
erased
top
the
of a
whole
symbol level
edge.
heat of about minus
Minus
1030
1030 on
on just
GLD and minus
400 shares of GLD.
1394.5
One
overall.
mistime push on
Bevan didn't
GLD.
nibble into that
And the
setup.
account graph
He took the whole
just fell
buffet
through the
tray and
floor.
then slipped on it in front of
Then
the
there's
leaderboard.
Roshan Palan,
The killer
whose
blow
chart
is that
today
1000 share
is just a
stab in
staircase
SQQQ.
of pain,
Roshan hits buy,
down to roughly
instantly eats
minus
around minus
1745. Then
3209.996,
one more drop
and the
to
PNL
about
just free
minus
falls past the big loss
3200,
siren like it isn't
and
even there.
now frozen flat
That
in deep
SQQQ
red.
blast is absolute chaos. 1,000 shares, more than 6 times the loss threshold, obliterated in a heartbeat. And Roshan is now stamped at minus 3210 for the whole arena to see.
You know it's bad when the platform's 500 warning light looks tiny. Roshan just used it as a speed bump on the way to a minus 3200 drift in SQQQ.
On the far end, Siddharth Pradeep is buried near minus 5500 overall after a single downswing of about minus 2119, over 4 big loss units in one go, a true cliff dive on the tournament scale.
That minus 2100 shot is a scoreboard nuke. On this platform, that's not just a red candle, that's a full stadium groan as Sidar's bar slams straight through the danger zone.
Minus 5500 on the day with the big chunk a single minus 2100 slide. Siddharth didn't just take heat, he turned his P&L into a bonfire for the risk manager.
This isn't a gentle leaderboard. This is a crash test for sizing, with traders casually stacking 4, 5, 6 times the risk tripwire in a single button press and hoping the tape plays nice.
If Anil holds that plus 17 plus stack through the close, it's a statement win. Multiple big win units banked, while the rest of the field is forced into desperation mode just to get in the same zip code.
Late in day 9, the board is eerily still. No new orders printing, but 4 P&L lines telling a brutal tale of one survivor in the green and 3 traders buried in red ink.
And right at the front of that story is Anil Sanoon, sitting on roughly plus 1700, multiple big win units of cushion, just flexing at the top, while everybody else fights gravity.
Anil's flat now, no fresh tickets, and that's the crazy part. He's basically taken his hands off the wheel while the scoreboard keeps glowing green like a permanent power up.
Then you scroll down to Roshan Palan at about minus 3210 and flat. No trades, no lifeline. Just a giant red headline that looks like it needs its own risk disclaimer.
That SQQQ cannon shot is a full-on stadium moment. One click, 1,000 share torpedo, and Roshan's line on the dashboard just detonates into deep crimson for everyone watching.
Minus 3209.996 from that swing. At that point, the 500 red flag line isn't a warning. It's just the first step on the staircase down to Roshan's basement.
That reversal is a monster, roughly minus 1394.5 in a single move, nearly triple the tournament's big loss bar, turning a promising ascent into a brutal reset to square one.
And that's not even counting the hit on GLD, around minus 1030 on roughly 400 shares. A single idea that digs through the big loss threshold twice over.
Minus 1030 on GLD and minus 1394.5 on the session. Bevin didn't just tiptoe past the 500 warning line. He treated it like a warm-up lap before the real crash. At minus 5545.5, you're not just over the 500 limit. You've basically turned the warning label into a decorative border around your entire P&L column.
We're deep into the session, over 3 hours past the bell, roughly 150 minutes from the close, and the real pressure now is psychological. Who dares to step back in after wearing hits this large?
So buckle up. Anil guarding a fortress of green. Bevin struggling after nuked gains. Roshan and Siddharth buried under multi-thousand losses. And with the big loss bar already shattered today, the next oversized click could flip this whole tournament narrative on its head.
Late in day 9, the entire Dayrade elevator arena is hanging on a frozen scoreboard. No fresh executions, just 4 P&L stories etched in digital stone while the clock keeps ticking.
Front of the pack is still Anil Sanoon, shining in bright green, around plus 1779. Totally flat, just defending that lead like a team running out the clock with the ball on the 1 yard line.
Anil's strategy is written right there. No open exposure, no late heroics. He built the cushion early, and now time, not size, is his main weapon as day 9 wins toward the close.
Remember, that minus 3210 isn't a slow bleed. That was a massive single shot with 1,000 shares. And now the board is just frozen on the aftermath like a paused crash replay.
His last visible downswing alone is about minus 2119. That's more than 4 times the platform's big loss watermark in one motion, a single lapse that now shapes his entire endgame for this tournament. That swing from plus 1394 down to essentially flat is a negative shock of about 1394.5 in a single idea, nearly 3 times the system's big loss trigger bundled into one decision.
That's not just giving back profits. That's launching yourself off a 1,400-point cliff. And when the dust settles, you're basically at zero, wondering what just happened to your beautiful green cushion.
And Bevin didn't stop there. On one symbol sequence alone, he's tagged with roughly minus 1030 on 400 shares, taking the big loss line and just skating right past it.
Earlier blast is still the headline, roughly minus 3,209.996 on that 1,000 share lunge. More than 6 full big loss units detonated at once, a full on stadium volume misfire.
Look at the thresholds. Plus or minus 500 is supposed to be a major swing, and we've watched traders casually register minus 1,000, minus 2,000, minus 3,000 moves like they were routine scalps. So the question, as day 9 winds down, is simple. Can anyone summon one last high-risk drive to chase down Anil's calm green fortress? Or will his early discipline stand as the defining touchdown of this Dayrade elevator campaign? Deep into day 9, the elevator arena feels like a battlefield after the charge. No new orders flying, just 4 P&L scars glowing on the board, each one telling a very different story about risk, timing, and pain.
Front and center, Anil Sanoon is still rocking a thick green cushion around plus 1,700, completely flat, and that steady profit bar is the mountain everyone else has to climb if they want to steal day 9.
For Anil, this phase is pure discipline. He's already banked the hard work. Now the question is whether he protects that edge into the close or opens the door to volatility by pressing for even more.
And it all flows from that earlier SQQQ cannon shot. 1,000 shares fired, over 3 2 grand vaporized in an instant. That's the kind of move where the chart barely has time to blink before the account does.
Slide down to Siddharth, sitting near minus 55.45. At that depth, you don't check level 2 for entries. You check it for emotional support.
You can almost feel the spiral. Down big, try to fix it, dig deeper, and suddenly, day 9 isn't a session, it's a sinkhole. One more oversized swing, and this tournament run could be hanging by a thread.
That swing, about 1,394 and a half from strong green into flat, is almost 3 full danger units in one decision. Mathematically, he's still alive, but psychologically, that's a hard reset in the middle of a tournament.
400 shares of GLD, over a grand gone. That's not risk management, that's performance art. Somewhere out there, a risk dashboard just closed itself out of respect.
We're sitting roughly 2.5 hours from the closing bell, and with day 9 of 11 on the line, this is the classic crossroads. Do you lock in survival or fire one last shot that could rewrite the standings entirely? Bevan, hovering near break-even after swinging real size, becomes the purest psychological test on this board. Does he accept the reset or reach for that one more trade that so often turns frustration into catastrophe? Late in day 9, the tape is quiet, but the scoreboard is loud. One trader protecting a hard-earned cushion, three buried deep in the red, and every minute that passes turns this silence into pressure. Anil Sanoon sits high above the chaos at roughly plus 1780, completely flat. No new orders, just a fortress of green, while everyone else would need miracles, not tweaks, to catch him.
This is cold-blooded from a nil, plus 1787.75, locked in, zero exposure, forcing the chasers to swing for $1,000 home runs just to get within shouting distance before this session shuts down.
Siddharth is parked even lower, at around minus 55.45, also flat. When your drawdown is bigger than some people's whole tournament range, you don't refresh the chart. You just practice deep breathing.
Remember, Bevin was up around plus 1394 earlier. Then one brutal downswing yanked roughly 1394.5 out of the account, flipping him from cruising in profit to basically starting over in a single heartbeat. Roshan's damage came in one nuclear blast too, a 1,000-share shove into SQQQ that slammed him from basically flat to around minus 3,210, more than 6 times the big loss line. That's instant check your pulse territory.
One trade, 1,000 shares of SQQQ, minus 3,209.996. Roshan didn't tiptoe past the risk threshold. He drove a bus through it and then parked it in the penalty box.
Siddharth's story is just as violent. One more lurch down for about minus 2119, taking him from an already bruised minus 3426.5 to that minus 5545.5 pit. That's a full-on rope cut on the equity elevator.
When the danger line is minus 500 and you manage a single swipe of minus 2119, your P&L graph stops being a chart and starts looking like a ski jump someone forgot to put snow on.
So the field splits in two. Anil guarding a near 1800 cushion with total discipline, while Roshan, Bevin, and Siddharth sit thousands in the hole, knowing that normal trading won't be enough to rewrite those bars. With no fresh tickets printing, every trader is choosing between two philosophies: Anil's protect the stack mentality, and the siren song whispering to the red zone players that one oversized bet could erase days of pain. As day 9 winds toward the close, the next burst of volume, if it comes at all, won't just be a trade, it will be a statement. Protect what's left, or gamble everything for a seat next to Anil in the green zone before the tournament clock runs out. Late on day 9, the Dayrade elevator arena has gone quiet. No fresh executions, but the leaderboard still tells a wild story of one survivor in green and 3 traders buried deep in the red.
Front and center is Anil Sanoon, parked around plus 1800 on the scoreboard. Totally flat. He's treated this tournament like a playoff league and is now just running down the clock with a stack of green.
Remember, in this format, a 500-point shift is already a headline move, and Anil is sitting on more than 3 of those in straight profit. He's not just leading, he's shaping how recklessly everyone else has to play the finish.
And way below that, Siddharth Pradeep at around minus 5545.5, also frozen. At that depth, you don't refresh your P&L, you just hope the server forgets to save the results.
That swing for Bevin from about plus 1394 all the way to basically flat and then into 4-figure red is the kind of sequence where your win column just gets vaporized in a couple of decisions. And it gets nastier when you zoom in on the symbol sheet. One trade, 400 shares, about minus 1030 just off that single idea. A full 4-digit smackdown on top of the earlier slide.
Stack the pieces. That symbol hit of around minus 1030, plus the earlier minus 1394.5 reversal, means Bevan has eaten more than 4 big loss chunks in almost no time. He's gone from contender to recovery mode with 2 days of the tournament still ahead.
Roshan's story is even more violent. 1,000 shares fired in a single shot, and the account went from almost zero to around minus 3,210 in a heartbeat. Just a vertical drop straight off the edge.
That's over 3,200 down on a single idea, more than 6 times the danger threshold in one blast. An absolute tournament level explosion that rewrote his entire leaderboard line in one click.
And that wasn't isolated. Another downswing of about minus 1,465 piled onto the damage, turning what could have been a manageable setback into a full-blown climb out of the basement. With big swing territory defined at 500, Anil's cushion is the equivalent of stacking more than 3 full touchdowns of profit. No need to chase, just defend the end zone.
Meanwhile, Bevin Stanley's P&L graph looks like a heart monitor. He was up over plus 1,300, then wham, a 1,000 plus hit on GLD, and he's dangling right around break even.
Plus 1300 to basically zero and a minus 1030 on GLD alone. Bevin didn't just give back the lead, he gift-wrapped it and paid for overnight shipping.
And then there's Roshan Palan, the human red candle. 1,000 shares of SQQQ, one ticket, and he's launched straight to around minus 3.2k like a trapdoor just opened under his P&L.
Minus 3.2k off a single SQQQ idea. When the guideline says minus 500 hertz, and you reply with, cool, I'll speedrun the tutorial 6 times. That's not risk, that's performance art.
Remember, that entire minus 3210 story is basically one oversized volatility bet. If Roshan ever claws back from this SQQQ crater, it will be one of the wildest arcs of the tournament.
Now zoom in on Siddharth Pradeep. He takes a single downswing of about minus 2119, dragging him from around minus 3400 to nearly minus 5600 in one brutal sequence. That's account tilt speed.
Minus 2100 in one go is gigantic. More than 4 full big loss chunks chained together. That's the trading equivalent of throwing 4 interceptions on the same drive.
We're about 4+ hours deep, with just over 2 hours to the close. And you can feel it. No new orders yet, but every trader knows one more 1,000 share burst could flip their entire story on this board.
Somewhere out there, SQQQ and GLD are just waiting for another hero. Roshan and Bevin already showed us what happens when you bring vibes to a leverage fight and leave the risk plan at home.
Deep into day 9, the tournament board is frozen mid-scene. No fresh orders firing, just 4 very different risk stories hanging in the air like a paused replay.
Right at the top, it's all about Anil Sanoon, banking around plus 1800 and sitting flat, guarding that cushion like a team taking a knee with the lead in the fourth quarter.
Look at his timeline. He's nudged that equity from the high 1700s to the 1830 zone and then slammed the brakes, choosing preservation over glory runs this late in the session.
Meanwhile, Anil's trade blotter looks like a ghost town, flat, flat, flat. But when you're up nearly $2,000 while everyone else is writing horror stories, doing nothing suddenly qualifies as elite strategy.
And you can trace the impact straight to one blast. Roshan basically goes from untouched to down more than 3-2 in a heartbeat, like the elevator skipped half the floors and slammed into the sub-basement.
Big loss alert kicks in at minus 500, and Roshan fires a shot on SQQQ that's over 6 of those in one go. That's not easing into leverage. That's ordering the tasting menu of pain.
That pivot is brutal. Bevin goes from plus 1394 to basically zero with a single downswing of about minus 1394.5, like watching a full game lead disappear in one busted coverage play. And zoom into the symbol layer, 400 shares of GLD, and he eats roughly minus 1030 on that one idea alone, turning a usually calm metal into a personal downhill speed run.
Minus 1030 on GLD with 400 shares means each tick felt like a body shot. When your steady symbol hands you a 4-figure slap, you're not hedging, you're volunteering as tribute.
String it all together, and Bevin's path reads like a classic cautionary arc. Early command, a soft green buffer, then a single oversized bet transforming a winning narrative into a scramble for survival. Deeper in the red, Siddharth Pradeep's equity curve tells a heavier tale. already down more than 3-4 on the day, then hammered again by roughly minus 21.19, dragging him toward minus 55.45.5 territory.
Big loss marker is 500. Siddharth just casually stacks more than 4 of those in one swing. At that point, you're not fighting the drawdown. You're speedrunning the what not to do module.
And that's what makes Anil's quiet green so powerful. While Bevan, Roshan, and Siddharth are hauling around four-figure drawdowns, he's sitting on a near $2,000 stack like a title belt nobody's managed to touch yet.
Late in day 9, the whole Dayrade elevator board feels frozen in midair. Numbers locked, no fresh prints, just 4 vastly different risk stories glowing on that dashboard.
Look at the crown holder, Anil Sunune, sitting pretty with roughly 1,800 in green and absolutely nothing on the tape right now, just guarding that stack while chaos smolders underneath.
Everybody else is drafting apology letters to their P&L, and Anil's toughest decision is whether locking in plus 1770 earlier or plus 1866 now makes the better screenshot.
And that quiet from the leader is gasoline on the fire for everyone behind. If you're deep in the red with 100 plus minutes left, you know he's not donating that cushion back. You have to earn every dollar from here. That whole disaster funnels back to one blast on SQQQ. 1,000 shares, a roughly $3,200 nosedive from basically flat to full-on meltdown in a single execution.
Tournament danger line is 500, Roshan's like. Why not just test minus 3210 in one idea and call it a learning experience? No scaling in, just a straight to documentary section trade.
That last hit alone is 4 plus times the big loss marker, slammed on top of earlier pain. Once you're down over 5,500, every new click feels like it could decide whether you even show up tomorrow.
You know the 500 danger tape they drew on the floor? Siddharth didn't step over it. He just vaulted straight to minus 5.5 grand and turned his equity curve into a ski slope.
And then there's the saga of Bevan Stanley, a trader who climbed to roughly plus 1394 on the day, only to watch it all unwind back to essentially flat in one savage reversal.
That swing, about minus 1394.5, turns a huge green cushion into basically zero in one blow. Almost 3 times the big loss bar just vaporized like it never happened.
Minus a grand on GLD with 400 shares and a separate 1,400 round trip on the day. Bevin basically ran a live fire drill on how to donate profits back to the lobby.
Zoom out and you see the pattern. Anil's careful green stack against a trio of traders who treated the 500 danger line like a suggestion, stacking losses 2, 3, even 6 times that in single ideas. We are deep into day 9, 2 hours from the bell, and the Dayrade elevator board looks like an X-ray of risk. One trader cruising in comfort, 3 wearing every decision as a scar on that P&L column. Front and center, Anil Sanune has transformed roughly plus 1770 to plus 1919 over this run. And now he's completely flat, a trader sitting on house money and refusing to give the market a second swing.
That is championship discipline. Anil banking nearly 2 grand, going flat, and saying to the entire lobby, "You want this lead? You're going to have to break yourself taking shots at it."
Down in the Red Sea, Roshan Palan sits locked at about minus 3210. No fresh positions, just the echo of a session where one oversized bet rewrote his entire tournament trajectory.
That SQQQ blast is a full stadium moment. One click, 1,000 shares, and the P&L just falls through the floor like someone hit a trap door under Roshan's entire tournament.
Then there's Siddharth Pradeep, frozen around minus 55.45 on the board. A trader who took an already ugly drawdown and carved another minus 2100 straight through it.
That last chunk alone, about minus 2119, is more than 4 full big loss units in one go. The type of slide where your heart rate spikes before the candle even finishes printing.
At minus 5,500, Siddharth isn't managing risk anymore. He's doing performance art. When one trade costs 4 times the limit line, your P&L graph turns into a warning poster for everyone else.
And then we have the heartbreaker, Bevan Stanley, who climbed from the depths to about plus 1394, only to watch that high vanish and end up essentially flat at minus 50 cents on the very same day. Zoom in further and you see the culprit. 400 shares of GLD, turning a small cushion into roughly minus 1,030 on that symbol alone, more than triple the 300 symbol risk line in one overreach. Step back, and the pattern is brutal. Big loss line at minus 500, and we've watched single hits of roughly minus 1030 on GLD, nearly minus 1400 on Bevan's reversal, over minus 2100 for Siddharth, and a staggering minus 3200 via SQQQ for Roshan. Deep in day 9, the Dayrade elevator board looks like a still frame. No new tickets printing, but 4 wildly different P&L stories frozen in place as the clock keeps draining.
On top of that frozen mountain sits Anil Sanoon, guarding about plus 1850. No open risk, no fresh swings, just a big green cushion shining over a battlefield of red.
With a big loss warning set near minus 500, Anil's nearly 4 times that in the green. And he's chosen to slam the brakes, letting everyone else decide if they want to gamble into his lead. Down in the depths, Siddharth Pradeep sits around minus 4,200 after clawing back roughly 501 from the lows, a tiny green flicker carved out of a massive drawdown.
Plus 501 after being down in the minus 5,000 range is like finding a 20 in the couch after crashing a sports car. You're technically up, but the garage bill is still waiting.
And buried inside that slide is the GLD hit, 400 shares, about a minus 1030 punch, over twice the official big loss mark in one swing. That's a full-blown fumble on the 1 yard line.
Then there's Roshan Palan, anchored around minus 3210, a red monolith built from multiple strikes, each one carving further into his tournament life total.
The keystone of that crater is SQQQ, 1,000 shares, a single red zone decision, and bang, over minus 3,200 chained to that ticker like an anchor.
That's not just crossing the minus 500 warning. That's blasting more than 6 full big loss units and one SQQQ slam. Stadium size red. Tournament shaking damage.
Minus 3,200 on SQQQ with a 1,000-share clip when the system is blinking at minus 500. That's not risk management. That's an on-stream stress test.
Stack up the carnage. Bevan's GLD misfire, Roshan's SQQQ hammer, Siddharth's minus 2100 collapse. Every major mistake today overshoots the danger threshold by a mile. We're more than 4.5 hours from the open, under 2 hours from the close, day 9 of 11. Every chip on this board now echoes through the final standings like a drumbeat.
So buckle in. Anil in command. Roshan and Bevan buried. Siddharth wounded but swinging. And a silent tape just waiting for that one last monster play to turn today into a highlight reel.
We're deep into day 9, 278 minutes off the bell, and the Dayrade elevator feels eerily still. No fresh tickets, no flashing prints, just 4 P&L bars frozen like a scoreboard at halftime before the final push.
Front of the pack is still all about Anil Sonon, chilling around plus 17 to 1800 and totally flat. He's planted that green stack on the high ground and is just letting everybody else try to claw their way up the cliff.
In a format where a single minus 500 counts as a major hit, Anil banking more than 3 times that in the green and then shutting it down is a statement. He's turned discipline into a shield and the clock into his teammate.
That SQQQ cannonball alone racks up roughly minus 3200 when the danger line is minus 500. That's a full stadium-sized red play, an all-or-nothing blitz that turned into a highlight reel for risk managers everywhere.
Slide over to Bevan Stanley, and the tape looks like a roller coaster. He starts the day glowing around plus 1394, then in one brutal downswing, gives back that entire cushion and more, flipping from strong green to basically flat and then into the red at minus 0.5. And tucked inside that chaos is a focus GLD hit. 400 shares, about minus 1030 on the symbol. So Bevin doesn't just nudge the danger line. He doubles it and then some on a single gold idea that melted straight through his morning edge.
Minus a grand on GLD with 400 shares after starting the day up nicely. That's not diversification. That's auditioning to be the liquidity provider for everyone else's exit.
Bevan now sits
Then there's the
around
Dart
minus
Pradeep, who takes a vicious
1146
extra leg
overall,
down, an
and
extra
that
minus
matters.
2119
He's still
that
within
rips him from the
striking
mid minus
distance of break
3000s
even on the
all the way
tournament
to about
day,
minus
but it will take a
5545.5.
clean, disciplined
Like the
push,
equity curve
not
just found
another
a
hero
trapdoor
shot
under an
that
already broken
rewinds his
floor.
progress all over again.
That minus
Minus
2119 chunk alone
55.45 on the
is
day
more
with a
than
single
four
minus
stacked
500,
big loss
labeled as a
units
big
in
loss.
one go.
At that depth, you're not
Sidorf
ignoring risk
basically took a
rules.
full-on
You've
Hail
started a
Mary to the
long-term
chin,
relationship with them and
and the
then
P&L
ghosted.
bar is now buried
Across the
deep
board,
in the
the
red
theme
zone
is
of
clear.
this tournament
The
scoreboard.
danger line is set at
And yet, right
minus
now, the tape is
500,
dead still.
and yet
Nobody
we've seen
firing,
Roshan
everyone
take
flat.
more than
So
6
we're
times
staring at a
that
board where
on a
one clean
single
push from any of these
SQQQ
red zone
push.
traders could swing the
Bevan
whole shape
give
of day
back
9
nearly
in just a
triple
couple
that
of
in a
orders.
reversal, and Siddharth
2 days
absorb
remain
over
after
4
this.
units in
1 hit.
112 minutes left on today's clock, and the Dayrade elevator is balanced on a knife edge. Either the leaders protect what they've built, or someone from the depths lights up the board with one last daring surge before the bell. Deep into day 9, the arena lights are still on, but the tape is quiet. 4 traders frozen on the dashboard, each P&L line a snapshot of the choices they've already made.
Look at Anil Sanoon at the top of the board, still sitting on a stack around plus 1800. No new trades, no drama, just guarding that profit like it's the championship belt.
For Anil, flat isn't fear, it's strategy. Locking in that green cushion this late means anyone chasing him has to sprint uphill through pure risk if they want a shot at his throne.
Meanwhile, Roshan Palan is entombed at minus 3,210 flat. His P&L chart looks less like a trading day and more like a gravity experiment that went exactly how you'd expect.
He went from basically flat to tournament-sized crater in 1,000 share push. Hit the volume spike line, and the market just stiff-armed him straight into minus 3,210.
That SQQQ hit isn't just a bad trade. It reshapes his entire tournament arc. One oversized decision, more than 6 times the danger threshold, now hanging over every choice he makes in the final 2 days.
He was sitting on a solid green cushion and just handed every dollar back. That's the emotional equivalent of spiking the ball on the goal line and realizing you dropped it at the 1.
And on GLD, it was a minus 1030 hit on just 400 shares, more than double the danger line. One candle that flipped his day from controlled to catastrophe.
Minus 1030 on GLD is the kind of line item that makes you double-check if you misclicked size. Nope, that's just what happens when a modest position teaches a very expensive lesson.
For Bevan, the sting isn't just the red number. It's knowing he had a winning blueprint, then watched GLD and that final dump turn his whole narrative upside down.
And way downfield, Siddharth Pradeep is camped at about minus 55.5. At that point, your P&L isn't a drawdown. It's a full-time horror franchise.
He took an extra minus 2119 hit late, over 4 times the big loss marker, in one go, turning an already ugly minus 3400 into a full-blown collapse before finally slamming the brakes.
So the scoreboard is brutal. Anil alone in the green clouds. Roshan, Bevan, and Siddharth buried under thousands in red. One disciplined guardian at the top. 3 comeback dreams hanging by a thread.
We're in the closing stretch of day 9. The board is quiet, but the stories it's showing are anything but. One trader defending hard-earned green, while 3 others sit in deep, uncomfortable red.
Look at Anil Sonom, parked around plus 17 to 1900, flat and unbothered. He's basically hugging that profit stack like it's a playoff lead he refuses to hand back.
For Anil, the decision is clear and disciplined. He's chosen to let the clock do the work now, protecting a solid cushion instead of chasing extra points and risking a last-minute turnover.
Meanwhile, Roshan Palan is marinating at minus 3,210, totally flat. When your P&L looks like that and nothing's moving, that's not a pause. That's a full psychological reboot.
Picture that moment. Slam 1,000 shares of SQQQ, candle rips against you. PNL free falls straight past minus 500, minus 1,000, minus 3,000, and then everything just freezes as he kills the engine.
Then we've got Bevin Stanley, settled around minus 1146. He actually climbed to about plus 1394 at one point, and then managed to donate essentially that entire gain right back to the market.
That nearly 1,400 swing, almost triple the platform's danger line, is the classic tale of momentum, overconfidence, and then the market answering with a single, decisive counterpunch.
And then there's Siddharth Pradeep, sitting around minus 55.45. At that point, your P&L isn't a line on the board. It's a full-length cautionary tale.
But don't miss the magnitude here. Siddharth took a single hit of about minus 2119, over 4 times the big loss trigger. That's not just a red trade, that's a full stadium level gut punch in one move.
From roughly minus 34.26 to minus 55.45 in one decision, Siddharth didn't just extend a drawdown. He turned a bad day into a defining test of whether he'll even have a comeback window before this tournament ends.
All it would take is another oversized position, a 1,000-share shove, a clean breakout, and suddenly those deep reds could become the wildest comeback reel of the entire event.
Day 9, late in the session, and the Dayrade elevator board is a harsh snapshot. One trader sitting on solid gains, three others staring at deep scars, and only a sliver of tournament time left to rewrite anything.
Look at Anil Sanoon, comfortably locked around plus 1900. No positions on, no panic. Just sitting on a stack of green like the elevator stopped on his floor and he snapped the key off in the panel.
Everybody else is auditioning for a risk management horror movie, and Anil's over here flat and green, basically playing spectator mode while the lobby sets itself on fire.
Swing down to Roshan Palan, minus 3, 2, 1, 0 on the day. And the whole mess basically funneled through one monster shot on SQQQ, a 1,000 share rocket that misfired straight into the ground.
Remember, 300 on a single ticker is already a spotlight moment. Roshan's SQQQ hit carved out more than 10 times that, a catastrophic red spike that now defines his entire tournament arc.
Then way down in the basement, we've got Siddharth Pradeep sitting around minus 5.5 grand. This isn't just red, this is full stadium scoreboard red, the kind you can see from space.
But here's the twist. Down that far, every future decision is binary. Either you accept the crater and play small, or you lean into one last all-or-nothing swing that could redefine the entire leaderboard. Day 9, late session, and the whole arena feels like a frozen scoreboard. No fresh orders, just four wildly different P&L stories staring back at us as the clock winds down.
And don't forget Bevan Stanley, currently parked around minus 1100. But earlier, he was up nearly 1400 before detonating it all in one brutal reversal, a full P&L roller coaster from penthouse to parking garage.
What ties these stories together is scale. Every one of these red swings dwarfs the built-in hazard marks, turning routine risk guidelines into mere suggestions on the edge of the screen.
The thresholds say 500 is serious, 300 on a ticker is special, and these guys responded by turning those numbers into warm-up drills on their way to multi-thousand-dollar wipeouts.
Strap in, one more oversized bet, one more 1,000 share gamble, and we could see another leaderboard earthquake that makes today's minus 3K and minus 2K swings look like gentle practice laps.
1,000 shares of SQQQ for roughly minus 3,200 is not a hedge. That's a full send into the risk wall. Roshan basically turned the 500 warning label into background decoration.
At the bottom of this board, Siddharth Pradeep is buried near minus 55.45, and the key inflection was a brutal downswing of about minus 21.19 that turned a hard day into a full-scale collapse.
Minus 2,100 in one move is a scoreboard detonation, over four big loss units in a single shot. That's like giving up a Hail Mary, a pick six, and a kickoff return all on the same drive for sit-off.
Step back and look at the scale here. The platform calls 500 a big loss, and today we've seen single swings of minus 1030, minus 1394.5, minus 1465, minus 2119, and that insane minus 3200 in SQQQ.
But from this deep in the red, one more trade from Bevan, Roshan, or Siddharth is either a miracle comeback or a career highlight disaster clip. There is no such thing as a small button press from here.
Day 9, late session, 92 minutes to the bell. And the Dayrade elevator board is a strange sight. Every trader flat, no orders firing, but 4 P&L lines telling wildly different tales.
Front and center, it's a Nil Saloon, chilling on about plus 1985, totally flat, no positions, just a big slab of green shining on the top row like a championship banner.
Look at the evolution. Earlier, he was sitting around plus 1780. Now locked near plus 1985. Still flat. Anil has turned this into a clinic in building a lead and then refusing to donate it back.
Think about that swing. Bevan went from plus 1394 to basically zero in one sequence. A full scoreboard wipeout that turned a victory lap into a faceplant at the finish line.
Further down the staircase is Roshan Palan, parked near minus 3,210. Flat now, but every digit on that line is a fossil from earlier aggression that went very, very wrong.
1,000 shares of SQQQ from basically flat to down 3,210. Forget crossing the 500 alert. Roshan just deleted the alert and installed a trapdoor instead.
And beneath them all, in the deepest drawdown of the day, sits Siddharth Pradeep at roughly minus 5545.5. Flat, still, but carrying the heaviest drag of the entire tournament board.
That last punch alone, about minus 2119 in one burst, was a full tidal wave, over 4 big loss units in a single push that smashed Siddharth's day straight through the danger zone.
Minus 5545.5 on the session. That's not a dip, that's an archaeological layer. At that point, your P&L doesn't need a trailing stop. It needs a documentary crew.
Remember the thresholds here. 500 is the official danger mark, and we've seen hits of minus 1030, minus 1394.5, minus 2119, minus 3209.996. These aren't scratches. They're full-scale collisions with the guardrail.
So as the Dayrade elevated dashboard glows, 1 monster green, 3 deep reds, get ready. This quiet into the close is just the setup for tomorrow's all-in pushes, where somebody's going to hit another 1,000-point bomb, one way or the other.
We are in the final 90 minutes of day 9, and the Dayrade elevator board is a study in contrast. 1 trader glowing bright green, 3 locked in deep red, and every second that slips away hardens those numbers into history.
Look at Anil Saloon sitting on roughly plus 1936, flat, untouched. That is a full scoreboard lead, a green fortress that says, you want this spot? You better launch a miracle drive.
Anil's approach is crystal clear. No open positions, no last-minute coin flips. He earned that cushion earlier in the tournament window, and is now letting the clock do the heavy lifting on day 9.
And that minus 3,210 isn't some slow drip. That's anchored by a one-shot disaster of roughly minus 3,209.99 on a 1,000-share swing, more than 6 full big loss units in a single faceplant. Then you've got Siddharth Pradeep, camped around minus 5545.5. When your drawdown is measured in small used cars, you're not in dip buy territory, you're in life choices review mode.
You can almost feel Siddharth's mouse hand freezing. After dropping over 2 grand in one swipe, every extra click feels like it might turn minus 55.45 into a number you don't even want to read.
And then there's Bevin Stanley, who somehow managed the full round-trip special, up about plus 1394 at one point, now parked near minus 1146 overall. That's not a pullback, that's a refund.
That swing from plus 1394 down to roughly break even is a negative shock of about 1394.5. A single idea that erased an entire profitable session, almost 3 times the system's big loss trigger in one arc.
And on the symbol side, Bevin eats another chunk, about minus 1030 on 400 shares, a single name hit that more than doubles the big loss benchmark all by itself.
When your P&L story reads plus 1394 to minus 0.5, you didn't just overstay the party. You helped the market clean up on your way out.
And that 1,000-share
The
nuke
system
from
flags a
Roshan
big
wasn't
loss
on
at
some
minus
sleepy name
500.
either.
And Roshan
SQQQ
casually
gets hit for
sends
roughly minus
SQQQ 6 times past that.
3,209.99.
If there
One
was a
shot,
tutorial
one miss,
screen on what
and the
not to
whole day
do,
is toast.
this clip goes right at the top.
And don't forget
Look at the
Bevan's symbol level
thresholds.
tumble on
Plus or
GLD,
minus 500
about
is
minus
supposed to mark a
1030
huge
on that
swing,
sequence,
and yet
turning
this
a single
board
ticker
shows
into a
minus
highlight reel
1,000,
tackle
minus
behind the line of
2,000,
scrimmage.
even minus 3,000 moves, like routine tackles in a brutal league. Day 9 is drifting toward the close, and the Dayrade elevator board looks like a museum piece. No new orders, just 3 red scars and 1 bright green island frozen under the arena lights. At the top of that frame sits Anil Sunune, parked around plus 1800, completely flat. A player who has decided that silence and discipline are more powerful than any last-minute hero shots.
That is tournament grade clock management from Anil. Plus 1875 locked, no exposure. He's basically forcing everyone else to launch desperation bombs from way downtown just to make day 9 interesting.
Speaking of landmines, scroll down to Roshan Palan, stapled at about minus 3,210 and flat. When your day looks like that and you're not clicking, that's not patience. That's emotional rate limit. Minus 3,209.996 on SQQQ, from basically flat. Roshan didn't test the water with a toe. He swan dived straight into the deep end and left his P&L at the bottom of the pool.
Look at that drop, about 2,100 sliced off in the late stretch. pushing him from the mid minus 3400s into the minus 5500s. That's not a dip, that's an elevator shaft.
That extra minus 2119 isn't just another red print for Siddharth. It's a 4-unit big loss cascade, the kind of hole that doesn't just hurt today, it echoes through every sizing decision for the rest of the tournament.
Minus 5.5 grand and holding flat. At that point, you're not hunting setups. You're scrolling job listings and wondering if the market takes apology letters.
And then we have Bevan Stanley, hovering around minus 1146 overall. A name that was shining green earlier, now standing in the red, with that unmistakable look of a comeback that went one trade too far.
Bevan was flying at plus 1394 earlier, and then bang, roughly 1394.5 ripped out in one downswing, flipping him from cruising in profit to basically back at square one in a single sequence. And don't forget the side quest. GLD hammered Bevan for about minus 1030 on 400 shares. One ticket, 1,000 bucks gone. That's a textbook blink, and your buffer just vanished hit.
All that carnage below just cranks up the spotlight on Anil. He's the lone big green bar on the whole board. The player who survived the GLD trap, dodged the SQQQ landmine, and turned day 9 into his personal highlight reel.
Day 9, late session, and the Dayrade elevator board looks like a crime scene. No new executions, just 4 frozen P&L lines telling you exactly who respected risk and who tried to arm wrestle it. At the top of that board is Anil Sunune, still comfortably positive, around 1900 locked in, completely flat, just letting the clock chew through the last 80 minutes while his equity sits in a safety vault.
That is championship behavior from Anil. About plus 1912 on the meter, no open risk, saying to the rest of the lobby, if you want this spot, you're going to need fireworks, not flickers.
Scroll down and you find Roshan Palan, cemented deep in negative territory at roughly minus 3,200. Also flat, no fresh orders, just the echo of a huge earlier misstep defining his entire Day 9 story.
One trade, 1,000 shares of SQQQ, minus 3,209 and change. Roshan basically turned the big loss threshold into a speed bump, and then used his account as the suspension test vehicle.
That last slide, about minus 2119 in one move, dragged Siddharth from roughly minus 3426 down into the mid minus 5000s. That's the kind of drop where your risk manager just closes the platform for you.
Minus 2119 against a danger line of minus 500. Siddharth didn't just cross the red zone. He bought beachfront property there and installed a diving board off his P&L curve.
Then there's Bevan Stanley, the tragic swing of the day, once sitting nicely green, now frozen near minus 1146 overall. His earlier cushion erased and replaced with a lingering red scar on the leaderboard.
That's a tier 4 momentum slam, almost 3 times the official big loss mark in one sequence. Devin goes from cruising in comfort to scrambling in damage control, like a team that just gave up a pick 6.
So the board splits cleanly in two. Anil guarding a stack of green with surgical discipline, while Roshan, Siddharth, and Bevan are stranded thousands in the red, knowing ordinary scalps won't be enough to rewrite this chapter. As the final candles of Day 9 approach, Anil's quiet green stands as the standard, and every trader in the red must decide. Protect what's left for the last 2 days, or fire one more shot and let the elevator decide how far they fall or climb. Day 9, late session. No fresh orders ticking in, but this Dayrade elevator board is like a freeze frame of four very different risk stories under the arena lights. At the top of that snapshot, Anil Sunune sits calmly on roughly plus 1950, completely flat. No open risk, just a carefully guarded pile of realized green on day 9.
That's not a lucky spike for a nil. That's almost four full big win chunks, banked, locked in, and he's standing on it like a championship podium while everyone else is buried.
Flatten up almost 2 grand this late in the window. Yeah, Anil's not trading. He's basically supervising the others, learning what a big loss threshold feels like.
Scroll down, and Bevan Stanley's arc is almost tragic. He touched roughly plus 1390 earlier. Now he's frozen around minus 1100. A full green cushion spun into four-figure red.
That GLD hit alone is twice the official danger mark. Bevan didn't just cross the big loss line, he cleared it with a running start and slammed straight into four-figure negative territory.
That was a 1,000 share blast on SQQQ. One ticket, over minus 3.2K, straight to the bottom. Roshan basically pulled the fire alarm on his own account in a single click.
Big loss line says minus 500. Roshan's SQQQ adventure prints over minus 3209. When your first step into the trade is a six-pack of danger blocks, you're not scalping, you're free-falling.
And as if that weren't enough, another swing of roughly minus 1465 stacks on top. Roshan's line isn't a drawdown. It's a staircase headed straight into the cellar. Deepest on the board is Siddharth Pradeep, settled at about minus 55.45. But we know inside that number is a single plunge of roughly minus 2100. One decision that reshaped his entire tournament arc.
When your P&L reads minus 4400, then a single trade improves you by plus 500 to still minus 4231. That's not a comeback. That's just rearranging the wreckage.
Remember, a 500 move is already flagged as significant. And here we've got Bevan, Roshan, and Siddharth, each wearing multi-unit shocks, while Anil's advantage is built from stacking those same units in his favor. For now, the board stays motionless. Anil guarding his tower of profit, Bevan scarred by GLD, Roshan and Siddharth marked by oversized blows, and with minutes ticking away, the next click could land like a buzzer beater or a final turnover. Day 9, late session. No fresh executions on the tape, but the Dayrade elevator board is a gallery of consequences. 4 P&L lines telling you exactly who respected risk and who tried to outmuscle it.
Front and center is a Nil Saloon, parked around plus 1946 on the day. No new trades, just a towering stack of green that survived the whole storm.
With big swing territory marked at 500, Anil's cushion is almost 4 full units of risk in his favor. He hasn't just won trades, he's bought himself the freedom to sit perfectly still into the close.
Slide down to Bevan Stanley. He was sitting on roughly plus 1394 earlier. Then one brutal sequence slams him to about minus 50 cents on the day. That is a full green bar evaporating in fast forward. Earlier, he tries to lean on 400 shares of GLD and eats roughly minus 1030 there alone. So by the time that extra drawdown hits, his once comfortable edge is just gone, obliterated.
From a storytelling angle, Bevan's arc is pure volatility. Early command, a metal trade gone wrong, and then that final slide to break-even territory, leaving him one good push away from redemption or a full-on collapse.
Drill into the details and it's savage. 1,000 shares of SQQQ, one entry, and almost minus 3,200 in realized pain. More than 6 full big loss chunks detonating in a single idea.
Starting a day at basically flat and then speed running your way to minus 3,210 on a single SQQQ blast is bold. Most people ease into pain. Roshan just ordered the maximum package.
What makes Roshan's lines so dramatic is its simplicity. No long series of cuts, just one oversized volatility bet defining his whole ninth day. A crater on the equity curve that now demands a future comeback story.
Minus 2,100 in a single move is colossal. Over 4 times the big loss threshold in one shot. The kind of impact that takes a tough day and turns it into a full-blown crisis on the leaderboard.
And yet there's a spark in his log, a separate push where he claws back about plus 501, trimming that earlier damage from roughly minus 4733 to minus 4232. A reminder that even inside a deep drawdown, momentum can briefly flip. Day 9, late session in the Dayrade elevator arena. The tape has gone quiet, but the scoreboard is screaming 4 completely different destinies as the clock grinds toward the close.
Front and center is a Nil Saloon, almost 2 grand in the green and absolutely parked. No fresh trades, just sitting on that stack like a championship banner already hanging in the rafters.
Look at Anil's blotter. Flat, flat, and more flat. But when the rest of the room is writing red novels, being boring with plus 1800 is basically a superpower.
Trace his line, up from the high 1700s, nudging into the 1900 neighborhood, then stillness. This is what it looks like when a leader decides that survival is the win condition. Down the board, the mood shifts. Roshan Palan is frozen around -3210, a single catastrophic plunge now defining his entire day 9 journey.
And remember, that wreck comes from size. 1,000 shares on the short side volatility play SQQQ, and the entire day just disintegrates in a single print.
Then there's Bevan Stanley, a tale of highs erased, once up around plus 1,300, now staring at roughly minus 1,100, the whole advantage washed away.
He's got a four-figure knockout on GLD alone, 400 shares, and roughly minus 1030 on what's supposed to be the steady metal. One trade and the floor just opens.
Big loss buzzer rings at -500. Bevan lets GLD tag him for double that and then turns a plus 1,300 day into a basic red screen. Textbook, how to donate your lead back.
Stack that with a minus 1,300 plus swing that took him from strong green to effectively flat, and Bevan's storyline becomes a warning flare about pressing when the cushion is already built.
He's taken another hit of roughly minus 2100 on top of earlier damage. 4 times the danger mark in one shot. Once you're that deep, every candle feels like a tripwire.
Line 'em up. Anil guarding a near 2 grand fortress. Bevan and Roshan lugging 4-figure dents. Siddharth in the deep end. This leaderboard looks less like a bracket and more like a battlefield.
With about an hour left, the question is brutal. Does anyone from the red zone fire one more huge shot to chase Anil's lead? Or does day 9 end with that green fortress untouched at the top of the tower?
Day 9, late session, and the Dayrade elevator board is a study in contrast. One steady winner on top, and 3 traders whose equity curves read like disaster logs as the clock ticks under 90 minutes to go.
Front of the pack is still Anil Sanoon, cruising with roughly 1900, locked in green, totally flat, no open risk, just a polished stack, daring the rest of the field to come and try something reckless.
Look at the timeline for Anil. Earlier snapshots around plus 1770, now parked near plus 1930, and absolutely no chase candles after that. This is a trader who understands that late-day boredom can be more expensive than spreads. Down below, the story flips. Roshan Palan frozen near minus 3210, flat on positions. A trader whose entire day is basically 2 red lines and a decision to stop touching the stove.
The rule said 500 is a big loss. Roshan read it as minimum entry size and loaded 1,000 shares of SQQQ from almost zero P&L. This isn't risk management. This is submitting your account to a crash test program.
That latest downswing alone, around minus 2119, is more than 4 times the big loss bar in one decision. And once you're staring at minus 5.5K, every new order feels like it could finish the account or write the comeback movie.
Siddharth didn't just ignore the 500 caution tape. He turned it into a launch ramp. Minus 2 grand here, minus 5 plus overall. This equity curve looks less like trading and more like a black diamond ski run.
What a monstrous flip for Bevan, about minus 1394.5 from peak to trough on the day, turning a highlight reel win into dust and one brutal reversal, almost triple the tournament's big loss trigger.
Zoom out, and the pattern is brutal. Anil, flat and steady in green, while Roshan, Siddharth, and Bevan each blasted past that 500 danger marker not once, but multiple times, taking hits 2, 3, even 6 times the threshold in single ideas. Power hour on day 9, and the Dayrade elevator scoreboard looks like a snapshot from a war movie. Anil glowing in green at the top, while the rest of the field bleeds various shades of red, with only an hour left to rewrite their fate.
Look at a Nil Sinone sitting on roughly plus 1900 like it's a throne. Flat, no exposure, just a pile of realized green, daring anyone else to charge uphill into his lead.
Anil's risk management is simple. Win about 1900, then uninstall the trade button. While everyone else is LARPing as hedge funds, he's LARPing as the cashier who already closed the draw.
And the core of that crater is 1,000 shares of SQQQ. One click, massive size, and Roshan gets slingshotted from basically flat to minus 3,200 in a single violent misfire.
Then there's Siddharth Pradeep, marooned near minus 4,200 after clawing back a 501 gain from even deeper in the red. A tiny spark against a backdrop of brutal drawdown.
When you're down over 4 grand, a plus 500 bounce isn't a comeback. It's a participation trophy. Siddharth basically high-fived risk management on the way past it.
That's a swing of more than 1400 from peak to present. Bevan went from highlight reel to hazard sign in one brutal arc, a full stadium level tilt on the P&L graph.
And buried in that collapse is 400 shares of GLD, detonating for about minus 1030 on that symbol alone. Over triple the 300 symbol risk mark in a single oversized stab.
Step back and look at the pattern. Big loss danger marked at minus 500. And we've seen single shots like SQQQ for over minus 3,200. GLD around minus 1030. And Siddharth's minus 2,100 slide, all carved in one stroke each.
Roshan at minus 3210. Siddharth around minus 4200. Bevin at minus 1146. If this were poker, these three are all in with napkins, while Anil folded to the buffet an hour ago.
Day 9, power hour. Anil cruising in the green. Bevan hunting redemption. Roshan and Siddharth buried, but still dangerous. And one last oversized order could explode across this dashboard like a game-winning buzzer beater.
Power hour has arrived in the Dayrade elevator arena. 56 minutes left on day 9, and the board is a museum of choices. One fortress of green, 3 craters of red, and no one daring to move. Yet.
Look at Anil Sanoon sitting pretty around plus 1900 on the board. Flat, locked in, and treating this power hour like a trophy lap, while everyone else is still stuck in the penalty box.
Big loss danger starts around minus 500. Anil is nearly 4 times that in the green and completely flat. He's turned the clock into armor, forcing everyone else to chase a ghost lead. Bevan Stanley's tale is pure reversal. He once stood on solid green ground, then bled all the way to roughly minus 1100 on the day, an entire cushion erased and rewritten in red.
And buried in that collapse is the GLD grenade, 400 shares, about a minus 1030 slam on a single symbol. That's more than double the danger line in one blast.
Siddharth eats a minus 2100 hit earlier, rockets past the warning zone, then claws back plus 501, just to move from absolute meltdown to still drowning but waving for the camera. That is emotional whiplash in one equity curve.
Clawing back 500 after torching over 2 grand is the trading version of fixing a totaled car by topping off the windshield wiper fluid. Technically an improvement, but the frame is still bent.
And in the deepest part of the board, Roshan Palan sits locked around minus 3210, a red pillar built from layered hits that turned a manageable drawdown into a full-blown tournament wound.
Minus 3,209.996 on SQQQ, starting from basically flat, is wild. Roshan didn't just cross the line. He turned the hazard threshold into a distant memory and kept pressing the size button anyway.
It's like the whole lobby decided if they were going to be wrong, they'd be wrong at maximum volume, blasting way past minus 500, turning the risk dashboard into a fireworks show of red numbers.
56 minutes until the bell. Day 9 of 11. One more oversized order could rewrite a career highlight or deepen a nightmare, and the entire arena is holding its breath, waiting to see who dares to click first. Power hour on day 9, 52 minutes left, and the scoreboard has frozen into a stark painting. One bright green bar from Anil, and 3 deep red trenches from Roshan, Bevan, and Siddharth, all flat, all staring down the same ticking clock.
Check out Anil Sanoon, still sitting pretty around plus 1800 and just chilling flat. He's treated this whole session like a fourth quarter lead. Slammed the door and told the rest of the field, you want it, you gotta come get it.
With a danger line defined at minus 500, Anil's cushion of over 3 big win units is enormous. Staying flat here turns the remaining minutes into pure pressure for everyone chasing him, because the only way to close that gap is to embrace the exact risk that already broke them earlier today.
Minus
Look at what that means for the tournament
3,209.996 on
arc.
SQQQ.
Roshan has
From a starting
transformed a
point of
neutral
basically
platform
zero.
into a
When your
long-term
entire day
anchor,
is one red
dragging
candle,
at every
the
future
post-trade
decision
analysis
in
is just a
days
screenshot
10
with the
and
caption,
11.
"Don't
Because
do
to
this."
climb out of
Swing the
minus
camera to Bevin
3210,
Stanley. He
you
had
don't
this
just
thing lit
need a
up earlier
rebound.
around plus
You need a
1394.
sequence of
Then
disciplined
in one
wins
savage
that look
sequence, the
nothing
wheels
like
come
the
off.
trade that
He gives
buried
it all
you.
back and more, flipping that big green edge into basically flat and then sliding to about minus 0.5, and buried in
before
that
the
chaos
rest of the
is the
damage
GLD
lands.
hit. 400 shares, roughly minus 1030 on that
Minus a
one
grand
symbol
on
alone.
GLD after
So
being
he
up
didn't just
nicely on the
stop the risk
session.
boundary. He
That's not
sprinted
hedging.
past it,
That's
doubled
performing
it,
a public
and
service
watched his
so everyone
entire
else can
earlier
exit in
cushion
peace while
evaporate
you
in a
fund the
gold-colored
liquidity
rock pool.
pool.
Now Bevin sits near minus 1146, which is the cruel part. Still close enough that a disciplined late push could drag the day back towards zero, but far enough in the hole that any more hero shots could turn this into a multi-day scar on his tournament record.
That minus 2119 chunk is wild. More than 4 stacked big loss units in one sequence. Like catching 4 straight sacks on the same drive and still trying to throw deep from your own end zone.
Sitting at minus 5545.5 on a day where minus 500 is already labeled big. At that depth, you don't just break the risk rules, you've started a whole side quest about how many times they can be ignored in a row.
And here's the wildest part. Right now, everybody is flat. No fresh tickets, no new volume spikes, just a leaderboard locked in place while the clock bleeds down. Which means one late session burst from any of these red names could completely redraw the shape of day 9 in minutes.
Power hour on day 9, and the board tells a stark story. One trader floating safely in profit, while 3 others are pinned deep in the red, with barely 48 minutes left to rewrite their fate.
Front and center, Anil Sanoon is sitting on a bright green cushion around plus 1800, absolutely motionless. No fresh trades, just clutching that lead like it's the final possession of a championship game.
Anil hasn't budged from that profit, flat earlier around 1779, flat now at 1846, and that silence is screaming discipline. He's chosen time as his final trade of the day.
Clock check, 48 minutes to close, no fresh orders firing, and you can almost feel the cursor hovering over the buy button as these traders debate one last push versus locking in whatever story they've already written. Roshan's whole story is one detonation. He was only down a modest chunk, then that giant plunge shoved him to minus 3210, and now the equity curve is just a cliff that never bothered to slope.
And now he's flat. No rescue mission, no revenge sequence. When you're down over 3 grand with under an hour left, sometimes the bravest trade is unplugging the mouse.
Bevan was rocking around plus 1394 earlier, then took a monstrous negative swing of about 1394.5. One hit erased the whole day and flipped the script into the red like a last second pick 6.
That's not just giving back profits, that's a perfect negative mirror. Win 1300, lose 1300 and change. Bevan basically speed ran the round trip badge and then kept going.
Layer on top of that, Bevin took about minus 1030 on just 400 shares of GLD, over triple the symbol P&L spotlight line, a single candle that threw his entire day into chaos.
For Bevin, that GLD spiral and the near-perfect give-back of earlier gains turned day 9 into a psychological test. Does he trust the playbook that worked, or does the memory of that $1,000 sting haunt every next setup?
When your drawdown stretches past minus 5.5 grand, you're not just below water. You've started your own private Mariana Trench. Every extra click down there is basically deep-sea archaeology.
Final 40 plus minutes of power hour. 1 disciplined leader, 3 wounded contenders, and a whole lot of unused bullets on the sidelines. If anyone dares to fire again, this quiet board could explode in an instant.
We're deep into Power Hour on day 9, and the entire arena is holding its breath. 4 traders, 1 green fortress, 3 massive drawdowns, and only minutes left for anyone to change their fate.
Anil Sanoon is still sitting pretty in the green, around that 1800 mark, flat and locked. He's basically dribbling out the clock on the lead while everyone else is forced to launch half-court heaves.
For Anil, the choice to stay flat is a statement. No new trades, no new risk, just a disciplined bet that preserving those gains today matters more than chasing style points on the leaderboard. Then there's the other end of the spectrum. Roshan Palan, frozen around minus 3,200, flat now, but carrying the weight of one of the biggest single wounds of the tournament.
Minus 3,200 on the day. Most of it born in that one SQQQ blast. When a 1,000-share button tap deletes more than 6 times the platforms. That's a big loss warning. You're not trading, you're running a donation drive.
Bevan Stanley's arc today is pure volatility theater. He climbed from the red into strong profit, roughly plus 1,400, only to spiral all the way back down to negative territory by the end.
The turning blow for Bevan was that 400 share swing in GLD, about minus 1,030 in a single idea, more than triple the symbol spotlight threshold, and it absolutely bulldozed what had been a beautiful green cushion.
From nearly plus 1400 to essentially flat after that GLD hit, then sliding to about minus 1100 overall. That's the kind of roller coaster where your risk plan gets ripped out of your hands mid-ride.
Bevan's P&L basically wrote a memoir today. Chapter 1, I was red. Chapter 2, I was rich. Chapter 3, I discovered GLD and gave most of it right back.
Siddharth ate a monster hit of about minus 2,100 in one leap. That's more than 4 times the big loss bar in a single swing. The P&L equivalent of taking a full speed tackle you never saw coming.
Stack the board and it tells a brutal truth. 1 trader defending a strong cushion in the green, 3 others buried under 4-figure red, each carrying at least 1 swing several times larger than the system's danger threshold. Power hour inside Dayrade elevator. 40 minutes from the bell, and the board is frozen. No active positions, just 4 P&L lines that look like they played completely different games today. At the top, Anil Sanune is sitting near plus 1,800 on the day. Absolutely flat. No lottery tickets, no last-second tilt. Just a clean stack of profit with the clock on his side.
That's a full big win plus kind of day for Anil. He's cashed out, locked in, and basically forcing everyone else to chase a highlight reel comeback from deep red if they want to catch him in this tournament.
You know you've done something right when your biggest stress in Power Hour is deciding whether to watch the chart or your own P&L number. Anil basically retired for the afternoon, and the lead is still there.
Bevan's day literally whipsawed from plus 13 something all the way through flat into 4-figure red. That's like running the length of the field for a score and then tossing the ball straight into your own end zone.
Minus 4 digits on GLD alone. When the platform waves a 300 warning flag and you answer with, Cool, let's triple that. You're not trading a ticker, you're speedrunning a cautionary tale.
Look at that SQQQ entry, 1000 shares, a full volume spike cannon, and the result is basically the entire minus 3200 splattered across the PNL in a single blast.
That SQQQ shot isn't just a loss. It's a stadium level collision. Over 6 times the big loss marker in one idea. A single play that flips Roshan's whole tournament run into deep, blazing red.
Minus 3,200 with 1,000 shares of SQQQ. This isn't hedging. This is strapping your account to a volatility grenade and hoping the pin jumps back in by itself.
One leg of that slide was about minus 2100 by itself. That's more than 4 full big loss chunks evaporating on a single push. Every tick down feeling like it's chewing into the tournament bankroll.
But even there, buried that deep, Siddharth did fire back a counterpunch. A plus 500 bounce at one point. A textbook, big win-sized spark that proves the playbook is there, even on a brutal red canvas.
2 days left in the tournament. One last power hour ticking away. One more 1,000-share blast. One more big win-sized gamble, and we could see this leaderboard detonate all over again before the elevator doors finally close.
We're deep in the power hour of day 9, 36 minutes to the bell, and the Dayrade elevator arena is frozen. No active positions, just a scoreboard etched with massive swings and silent decisions. At the top, Anil Sanuni sits calmly around plus 1835, completely flat. That's more than 3 times the platform's big loss marker in the green. And he's treating it like a lead you protect, not a toy you gamble with.
Scroll down to Roshan Palan, chilling at about minus 3210 flat. No open risk, just a huge red crater where a trading day used to be. And the centerpiece of that art project was a 1,000-share swing in SQQQ for roughly minus 3,200. 6+ times the loss threshold in one click. That's not hedging. That's performance art in risk management.
Then there's Bevin Stanley, now frozen around minus 1146, flat as well. The haunting part is that earlier He was sitting in solid green before the entire curve inverted.
And the knockout punch was GLD, 400 shares, about minus 1030 on that idea alone. More than double the symbol spotlight bar in a single swing. That's a full stadium gasp trade for Bevan. A hit of minus 2100 in one move is a scoreboard explosion. Over 4 big loss units in a single decision. That's the trading equivalent of giving up the entire highlight reel to the other team on one play.
When you're down around minus 5,500 with one chunk of minus 2,100, that's not a minor misread. That's lighting your risk handbook on fire for warmth.
Look at the thresholds. The system flags 500 as a serious loss, 300 on a ticker as noteworthy. And today, we've got single trades torching 1,000, 2,000, even 3,000 like it's preseason.
This isn't careful laddering. This is crash test trading, 4 to 6 times the danger level stacked into single decisions. And now, with half an hour left, every one of those choices is baked into the standings.
The wild part? Nobody's in a trade right now. No orders firing, no fresh fills. Just 4 P&L lines blinking on the dashboard while the clock races towards zero, daring someone to send one last all-in shot.
But that's the dilemma of Power Hour. One more trade could carve a path back toward a kneel, or cement these Reds into legend as the defining blow-ups of the tournament's 9th day. Power Hour on day 9, 32 minutes until the bell, and the Dayrade elevator board is eerily still. 4 traders flat, no positions, but their P&L tells the story of who survived this window and who got steamrolled.
It's all about Anil Sanoon, cruising at roughly plus 1780 to plus 1790. Completely flat, no gamble, no drama, just sitting on a fat cushion while everyone else is patching holes.
What makes Anil's line so powerful is the timing. He built that profit earlier in the window, then slammed the brakes. In a field where minus 500 counts as a serious wound, he's nearly 4 big loss units ahead and just letting the clock work for him.
That reversal was monstrous, about minus 1394.5 from the peak to almost flat, nearly 3 times the big loss trigger in a single arc. Bevan didn't just give back gains, he launched them into orbit and watched them burn up on re-entry.
In a tournament where plus 500 would be a respectable day, Bevan's path is tragic. He actually crossed that line to the upside, then hurled himself through it in reverse, ending more than 1 big loss unit in the red instead of cruising with a kneel in the green bracket.
Check the breakdown. Roshan eats a hit of about minus 1465 earlier, then another step down to roughly minus 1745, and finally that monster flush to minus 3210. This is a 3-stage boss fight where every round ends with a bigger uppercut.
And the crown jewel of that meltdown is 1,000 shares of SQQQ, torching roughly minus 3,209.996 in a single shot. Forget flirting with the minus 500 warning. Roshan cartwheeled straight past 6 danger marks in one trade.
Measured against the tournament benchmarks, That single SQQQ idea is staggering. Over 6 times the big loss threshold in one move. And it means Roshan enters the final 2 days not just behind, but buried under a multi-thousand deficit he has to respect.
But zoom out and reality hits. Before that, Siddharth ate a slam of about minus 21.19, from roughly minus 34.26.5 down to minus 55.45.5. That's over 4 big loss units in one go, the kind of trade that turns any later 500 win into a consolation sticker.
Front and center, it's Anil Sanu, sitting on a rock solid pile of green. Around 1800 locked, flat, untouched, like a champion kneeling out the clock with the lead.
Anil has been flat for multiple snapshots now. No new risk, no last-second gambles. This is textbook tournament discipline, trusting earlier execution instead of chasing a miracle in the final half hour.
Look at Anil's line. Flat before, flat after. P&L unmoved. While everyone else was busy detonating accounts, he basically hit save game and walked away with the only green score on the board.
And behind Anil, it's pure carnage. Every chaser is locked in red, nobody clicking, just frozen, while the remaining 28 minutes threaten to turn today's numbers into permanent scars on the leaderboard. Roshan's tape tells the story. Minus 1745, then a further slam to minus 3200, and then we see it. Flat, flat, flat. That's the sound of a trader ripping the Ethernet cable out after the last hit lands.
Then there's Bevin Stanley at about minus 1146. Today featured the rare feat of going from plus 4 figures to a tiny red, and then digging even deeper until the only thing left green was the envy.
And don't forget that monster downswing, roughly minus 1394.5 in one blast, almost 3 times the big loss trigger, completely flipping a strong green position into a red scoreboard in a single drive.
When you're down over $1,000 on GLD alone and your day's P&L is minus 1146, that's not diversification. That's one symbol escorting your entire account out of the winner's lounge.
Check that last red burst from Siddharth, about minus 2119 in a single motion, more than 4 times the big loss bar. That's the trading equivalent of fumbling on your own goal line with the cameras rolling. Big loss line is minus 500, and Roshan sent SQQQ more than 6 times past that in one cannon shot. This is a full stadium level blow up, the kind of trade they replay in every risk management seminar.
Power hour on day 9. The charts are motionless, but the P&L ladder is a frozen snapshot of risk. One trader safely in the clouds, 3 others buried in the rubble as the final minutes tick away. At the summit, we find Anil Sonune, sitting calmly around plus 17 to 1800, flat into the close. a masterclass in earning early and then refusing to donate a single cent back to volatility.
Look at Anil's line. Locked in green, zero exposure, 24 minutes left. He is basically running a 2-minute drill with the ball kneeled, forcing everyone else to throw absolute Hail Mary trades just to catch him.
Scroll down and the tone flips. Roshan Palan is cemented around minus 3210 on the day, also flat, his entire narrative defined by one massive miscalculation that still echoes, even with his mouse completely still. Below him, Siddharth Pradeep wears the heaviest badge of the day, around minus 55.45, flat now, the result of stacking losses until one late session downswing carved more than 2,000 off in a single lurch. And then there is Bevan Stanley, now near minus 1146 overall. A trader who tasted solid profits earlier in the session before watching the entire cushion evaporate and flip to red.
Bevan was cruising around plus 1394 earlier, and then wham, roughly minus 1394.5 in one swoop, shredding the entire gain and dumping him just below break even in a single heart stopping reversal. That wasn't the only punch. One trade on GLD, 400 shares, nails him for about minus 1030, more than double the big loss threshold, turning a safe metal play into a 4-digit gut check.
Minus 1030 on GLD with 400 shares. Bevan basically looked at the minus 500 warning label and said, let's see what happens if we just double that for science.
This is what makes Elevator brutal. The same power hour that lets Anil protect the tournament-shaping game has turned SQQQ and GLD into trap doors that drop Roshan and Bevan straight through the floor.
You can see the coaching notes already. Respect the minus 500 marker. Don't send 1,000-share SQQQ YOLOs, and maybe don't test Newton's laws of gravity with your entire day's P&L.
As the power hour winds down, Anil's steady green stands alone at the top. One more clean close like this, and he walks into days 10 and 11 as the player to chase, while the rest of the field has to swing for the fences just to get back in the game.
At the front of the pack, Anil Sanoon is still parked in solid green, around 1700 plus, completely flat and refusing to give the market even a penny back in these last dangerous candles. Scroll down and the tone changes. Roshan Palan is locked around minus 3200, flat now, but that red number is basically a monument to one enormous decision earlier in the session.
Big Loss Bar says 500, and Roshan's SQQQ adventure clocks over minus 3200. When one ticket gives you a six-pack of danger thresholds, you're not hedging, you're auditioning for a margin call commercial.
And yet, Siddharth still found a way to print a 500 plus win on the day, clawing back from around minus 4730 to minus 4230, firing back a big win-sized punch, even while his tournament line is deep in the basement.
That's the most degenerate kind of resilience. Slam a 2000 plus loss, then rip a 500 winner just to prove you still can. If Siddharth ever decides to use that for staying green instead of surviving red, this lobby's in trouble.
Then there's Bevan Stanley, the day's tragic arc. Once riding near plus 1300, now frozen around minus 1100 on the tournament board. His early cushion flipped into a lingering four-figure bruise.
Bevin's curve is pure whiplash, up to about plus 1394. Then a negative 1394.5 swing detonates the whole gain, leaving him basically flat. And a separate minus 1030 hit on GLD drags him deep into red territory.
So the board splits in two stories. Anil guarding a hard-earned green hilltop, while Roshan, Bevan, and Siddharth are marooned thousands below, knowing that with only 20 minutes left, ordinary scalps can't rewrite what those giant swings have etched into day 9.
The irony is brutal. Anil's flat and comfy, while the Red Zone crew basically speed-ran a risk management training course in the ugliest way possible. One giant GLD bruise, one SQQQ crater, one 2 grand slide, and a lonely 500 win trying to hold it all together.
Power Hour, Day 9, 16 minutes to the bell, and this Dayrade elevator board is frozen in time. No new trades firing, just four very different P&L stories staring back at the clock. At the top of that still frame is Anil Sanoon, sitting flat around plus 1800, untouched. No open positions, no late stabs, just a stack of realized profit guarding his tournament run.
Anil is basically hanging out in the VIP box right now, plus 1807 on the screen, totally flat, and every remaining minute just makes that cushion feel more like a championship belt.
Down the board, Bevan Stanley's line hits you like a plot twist. He briefly touched green near plus 1390, but the snapshot now shows him marooned around minus 1100, completely motionless into the close.
When your day includes a clean flip from plus 1300 to slightly red, and then you keep going to minus 1100, that's not a drawdown. That's a guided tour through every support level on your emotional chart.
Then there's Roshan Palan, locked around minus 3200. No fresh trades, just the weight of earlier decisions pressing down on his entire tournament trajectory.
Roshan's PNL chart is just cliffs. Minus 1745 collapsing into minus 3200, with another chunk around minus 1465 layered in. This isn't scaling. This is skydiving without a parachute.
And buried inside that spiral is a single blast on SQQQ for roughly minus 3210. 1,000 shares, one ticket, and boom! Roshan turns the danger meter into a full screen warning sign.
Big loss threshold is 500, and Roshan just wrote a minus 3.2k love letter to SQQQ. When your idea is 6 danger units in one go, you're not trading. You're doing live fire testing on your account. You know it's rough when a plus 501 win just upgrades you from catastrophic to slightly less catastrophic. Siddharth isn't climbing a ladder. He's rearranging rubble and calling it progress.
Remember, a move of 500 is already classified as major, and today we've watched hits of 1,000, 1,400, 2,000 plus. This isn't normal variance. This is tournament-defining impact baked into every line. Power Hour on day 9, 12 minutes to the bell, and the Dayrade elevator board looks like a still photograph. No fresh executions, just 4 very different P&L stories baked into the close.
And at the top of that snapshot is Anil Sonoon, cruising with roughly plus 1780 to plus 1800 on the clock. No buttons pressed, no drama added, just a champion stat chilling into the buzzer.
With big swing risk marked at about 500, Anil's cushion is more than 3 units of danger in his favor. He's traded well enough that the smartest move here in the final 12 minutes might be to touch absolutely nothing.
You can almost feel it. 12 minutes left, tape flickering, and Anil is just sitting on that green pile like, nope, not giving you a re-entry, not giving you a fade. Come and catch me if you can. You can trace the skid mark right through GLD. One shot with 400 shares, roughly minus 1030 on that metal move. And suddenly, Bevin's day flips from comfort to damage control in a single sweep.
Now, with no fresh orders going in, Bevin's locked near minus 1146, a whole session's arc from early confidence to late day triage, preserved on the leaderboard for everyone to study. Deeper in the pack, we find Roshan Palan, settled around minus 3210, a day defined not by a flurry of cuts, but by one oversized plunge that carved his entire equity story in a single motion.
Check the tape. One trade, 1000 shares of SQQQ, almost minus 3200 in one blast. That's like holding your face in front of a volatility cannon and hoping the recoil pays you.
That SQQQ bomb is over 6 times the big loss marker in a single entry. This isn't dipping a toe. This is a full send off the high dive, straight into the red zone.
Roshan basically played all in or uninstall with SQQQ, started the day near flat, clicked one massive position, and now his P&L looks like a caution label on the prospectus.
The brutal part is then minus 2119 downswing from roughly minus 3400 to the mid minus 5500s in one leg, more than 4 big loss chunks erased at once. That's what tilt looks like on a scoreboard.
Step back, and the scoreboard tells a stark tale. Anil guarding a healthy green fortress, Bevan marooned in mid-red after a metal mishap, Roshan branded by one giant SQQQ misfire, and Siddharth digging through deep drawdown with flashes of fight. Final 8 minutes of day 9 in the Dayrade elevator arena. The tape is quiet, but the scoreboard is a crime scene. One untouched pile of green, 3 deep red trenches, and no one daring to lift a finger.
Zoom in on the top of the tower. Anil Sanoon, chilling around plus 1800. Zero exposure and treating the last minutes like a championship parade, while everyone else is still sweeping up debris.
Look at that blotter. Anil's P&L barely wiggles from 1770 to 1820 and then nothing. When you're that green, the best trade is literally going for a walk.
That flat line is the most intimidating thing on the board. Anil isn't giving a single cent back, turning time itself into a stop loss that every red trader has to beat.
Roshan goes from a small scratch to a crater. One sequence takes him from around minus 1700 to over minus 3200. And then the activity feed just flatlines, like somebody yanked the Ethernet cable.
And the whole disaster is stamped by that SQQQ nuke. 1,000 shares, turning basically flat P&L into a minus 3210 haymaker, straight to the chin.
You're supposed to use SQQQ to hedge, not to speedrun the leaderboard to the basement. Roshan basically turned a defensive ETF into a self-inflicted margin call.
Then we have Bevan Stanley, once hovering near plus 1300, now frozen around minus 1146. A full-blown inversion from solid green to deep red, with nothing moving late in power hour.
Check that curve. Bebin goes from plus 1394 to basically break even and then to minus 1146, all in a blur. Like the PNL chart just slammed into reverse gear and never came back.
The turning point is that GLD blast. 400 shares, about minus 1030 on a single shot. More than double the big loss trigger in one golden face plant.
At the very bottom, Siddharth Pradeep is marooned near minus 5,500. A day defined by cascading hits and a late-stage attempt to claw back about 500 points from even deeper red.
Line 'em up. Anil guarding a near 2 grand cushion. Bevan and Roshan eating 4-figure damage. Siddharth in the 5K hole. This isn't just a leaderboard. It's a full contact sport in P&L form.